okay with the thrive of someone, with someone's thrive?
Yes,
Drive, not thrive.
No.
Drive.
drive, yes.
Profesor,
You're right.
Social Memes, el segundo en presentar, trajo un PowerPoint y ya está ahí en el escritorio. Solo es abrirlo.
¿Yo lo tengo que abrir?
No sé quién está ahí, es que la presidenta eventual.
¿Yo empiezo?
Pues, entonces ya.
¿Puedo mover ahí o no sé?
Okay, so should I start now?
Sí, como sea.
Que si tú coaches y nos das la palabra.
Oh, yes.
ya.
Well, good morning, everyone. We are going to start the conference. And sorry that we are a little bit late, but we have plenty of time the whole day for this excellent and interesting conference. The way we are going to work is we're going to start by giving the floor to the president of the Colegio de México, who is going to address you and welcome you all. And then we are going to start and perhaps you, Ludger, also give us some words, or just Silvia? You want to introduce or anything? And then we're just going to start the first panel. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I will be very brief in these welcoming remarks to this international conference about the European social scientists as refugees, emigrés, and return-migrants, which is organized within the framework of the dual year Germany-Mexico with the initiative of the Cátedra Guillermo y Alejandro von Humboldt and DAD, and the drive of Ludger Pries, and which brings together what can be defined as two sister institutions, el Colegio de México and the New School for Social Research. So the main topic of the conference is not new. Both institutions have a long tradition along its academic and scholar tradition. It's clear the participation of exiles and refugees within it. In the case of El Colegio de México, but as I understand also for the new school, since the foundation itself of the institution is that we find the traces and the importance and relevance of European migration to Mexico. Both El Colegio de México and the graduate faculty of the New School for Social Research acknowledge a joint consciousness about refuge and exile, reasons why they signed a statement of collaboration 12 years ago, where they recognized their common ground as academic institutions founded by exiled intellectuals who fought against authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. From the Mexican perspective, and especially from the perspective of El Colegio de México, the reflection and the discussion about the relevance and importance of these exiled movements in the scholar tradition, especially in social sciences, is a long time, has been done continuously. First, around Spanish scientists and intellectuals who had fled from Francoism in Spain. And one example of the renewed discussion or the ongoing discussion is the Cátedra México-España, which Clara Lida has been coordinating for the last 10 years. But what is interesting is along this tradition of Spanish scientists, we are also having a reflection about the waves, this tradition of receiving exiles was renewed later on by the waves of Latin American intellectuals who found here shelter and a free space to develop their own thoughts. So we have the 30s, which is the starting point for this conference. We have these renewed flows along the time, and moreover, nowadays trend, which reflects an increase of worldwide forced migration, internally displaced by war, military and political dictatorship, or authoritarian regimes, or lack of opportunities. And I think at a space as a conference today can give insight or can be useful in terms of the discussions as the backgrounds of these experiences for the potential accommodation of the renewed flow of intellectuals among these larger movements that we are experiencing today of refugees and displaced populations in general. So although the main topic of the conference is not new, what is new is a comparative perspective and approach that it enhances. First, the possibility of comparing two institutions with a solid academic foundation, in this case El Colegio and the New School, and in this conference as a dialogue between the experiences for both institutions. Second, it also incorporates the comparative perspective when along the program you see the comparison of different national origins of exiles and refugee mobility within Europe and within Latin America. And I think that it's also an asset, the final panel, that gives a space and voice to the migration of Latin American scholars to Mexico, and this also within the 40th anniversary of the Argentinian exile in Mexico. So in looking at it from the perspective of migration studies, what I found very interesting within the conference is the scholars as a subject of study themselves. No? Understanding their own experiences of migration, how it shaped their identity, how they have their integration experiences, the transference of ideas, this concept of the traveling theories and adaptation for this specific population. So I think that one of the other assets of these conferences is analyzing the particularities of academic transnationalism, the traveling theories within the larger transnational processes where Ludger has done research for a long time. So when you look at scholars, or scholar migration in the context of refuge or exile, owing to their academic backgrounds, their research and academic work are committed to develop an independent, free intellectual discourse related to establish fairness in society and politics which support this migrant mission, at least in terms of the scholarly realm in social sciences and humanities. And it would be interesting in later experiences to incorporate scholars from other disciplines. And this reflection, I think, on the importance of where the researchers come from and the situation of their departure, how they develop their approach to the topic, and how they face the reality or the decision to go back to their countries as exiled professors and researchers. And these are some of the questions that are guiding some of the panels. The main goal of the conference, as Ludger defined it, is the spirit of collaboration. Well, the spirit of collaboration will be endorsed during the conference and the work developed in the different panels in a way to provide certain statements about forced migration, of refuge and exile, which permit to reinforce our role as scientists and as citizens of the world. The main point is not only to develop collaboration between both institutions, but also in terms of offering the scholars a variety of theoretical and substantive issues of scholarly relevance beyond case studies. And I want to stress the relevance of this conference within the recent discussion around the refugee crisis in Europe, but also the increases and sustained flow of Central American migration along Mexico as an in-transit country, but also as a country of destination. Well, I am ending here my welcoming remarks. I would just like to wish you a creative and challenging conference. Thank you.
Okay, so I will just give some brief welcome greetings to all of you. Well, first of all, I have to confess that I am neither an expert in the history of the Colegio de México, nor of the New School. But I have some 20 years of experience in the field of migration studies and of transnationalism research. And this is what let me wonder how to combine my own experience with the situation I'm living here in the Humboldt chair at El Colegio de México. And when in October last year I began to work at this prestigious institution in the Humboldt chair, I felt the curiosity to learn from the impact of forced migration in the formation of the Colegio de México itself. And as a German citizen, I was also especially interested in the history of the New School that was such a decisive place for exiled European, German, Austrian, Hungarian scientists. So I'm very grateful to all of my colleagues here at the Colegio de México who received me with such a cordiality and openness that I often felt to still respiring the spirit of the founding migration history of this institution. I'm especially much obliged to Clara Lida, one of the great historians of the Colegio de México, of the history of the Colegio de México, and we will hear her talk today, and to Pablo Yankelevich. He will be here with us at midday. He has a class, a seminar right now, who is an internationally renowned specialist of the history of migrants, of exiles and refugees in Latin America in general. So I think we will have a highly prestiged and internationally well-renowned, the most specialists of the situation and history of the new school and of the Colegio de México, and I think it's worth to make this comparison, as our president already mentioned. So the main logic is we have this first panel right now where we open the context of the exiled and forced migration in the US and in Mexico as well. The second panel will mainly focus on individual trajectories, identities, etc., between establishment in the country of arrival, returning back, and transnational lives. The third will focus on traveling theories, or the question which impact has theory on the institutions people arrived, as well as the institutions on the theories people are producing. And the last panel, as Silvia Giorguli already mentioned, will focus on the situation here in the Colegio de México, which played a crucial role in receiving those refugees or forced migrants during the 1970s mainly. Okay, so this is more or less the logic, and now I hand over to the chair of this first panel, Gustavo Vega. I'm very grateful that you, although being the general secretary of the Colegio de México, and by this vice president, one could say, that you have found the time to chair this first session where we will put the context.
Porque creo que se necesita abrirla. You will need the PowerPoint, no? Yes. Well, let us start. Let me start by saying that I really, when Ludger invited me to chair this panel, I immediately accepted because I found it a fascinating topic. I've been reading a lot about the formation of the Colegio, and I've been reading about the Spanish Civil War and the Mexican foreign policy during that time, and how important it was the period for the starting of a Mexican active foreign policy at that time, in which Mexico really decided that it had to play a very important role in defending the Republican government in Spain, and how that helped Mexico to prevent that rightist forces in Mexico could develop some kind of a repetition of the phenomenon in Spain, and that helped to the Mexican government to gain legitimacy. And I also know that, well, our house, this institution, was formed because of the ideas of some, how do you say, intellectuals like Mr. Cosío Villegas and Alfonso Reyes, to decide to invite Spanish intellectuals to come to Mexico to be able to continue their activity. So that topic fascinates me. I'm reading a lot, even though I am most interested, my research topics are more on foreign economic policy. I decided that this area is really, really interesting. So I was planning basically even to stay the whole conference. But unfortunately, the duties of this job I have forced me to not only I will not be able to stay the whole conference, but I will not be able to stay the whole panel because I have to leave at 12:30, and I apologized. I explained it to Ludger. But anyway, I will enjoy being here for at least 2 hours and to be able to listen to two of you, I guess, because you're going to take a sort of a. So let me introduce the panelist, Ludger. You probably all know him, but for people who doesn't know him, I guess I have to give some sense of his vitae. He's a visiting professor at Colegio de México, chairholder of Cátedra Guillermo and Alejandro von Humboldt from the 2015 to 2017, PhD in habilitation. I don't know, habilitation, probably it's a sort of a title. At Erlangen-Nuremberg University, director of the Sociology Department at the Faculty of Social Sciences at the Ruhr University, Bochum, Germany. Fields of expertise, sociology of work, organizations and migration in a comparative perspective, transnationalism and globalization research. He researched and teaching in Germany, Spain, Mexico, Brazil, and the USA. He obtained resources for research projects of the DFG, CONACYT, the European Union, and other scientific foundations. From 2011 to 15, he was a member of and vice president of the Council of Expert Scientific German Foundation for Migration and Integration. Most recent publications, Migration und Ankommen, die Chancen der Flüchtlingsbewegung in Frankfurt and Erwerbsregulierung in einer globalisierten Welt. Well, I tried at least. And trying to remember my little German. And then we'll have, as a second panelist, Dr. Sasha Mobius. He studied in English and history and English in Hanover, Magdeburg, and Göttingen. He has a PhD at the University of Göttingen and the culture of remembrance in the imperial city of Lübeck in the German Empire 1350-1740. He has various publications on medieval and early modern mental military cultural history. He's the author of various books and articles on contemporary history and cultural remembrance in Germany and Eastern Europe. From 2005 to 2010, he was director of the Memorial for Political Prisoners of Stalinist Persecution in Magdeburg, prison of the second police of the G. From 2011 to 2015, he was director of the Memorial for the Partition of Germany in Marienborn, largest border crossing and checkpoint Alpha between East and West, and deputy director of the Federation of Memorials in Saxony-Anhalt. History lecturer at the Otto von Guericke University in Magdeburg and Hamburg University of the Federal Army. Dr. Mobius lives with his family in Chihuahua and is collaborator of UNAM's Institute for Historical Research and History College and the Colmex. Most recent publications, together with Catherine Mobius, on the art of war in the 18th century and the Battle of Rochbach in Despertaferro and on the San Patricio Battalion in Damals. Finally, Dr. Daniela Gleiser studied history at the Faculty of Philosophy at the UNAM and received her master's and PhD from the Colegio de México, our graduate. In 2008, she became a professor and researcher at the Autonomous Metropolitan University in Coajimalpa. She is also a member of the National Research System and the Latin American Jewish Studies Association. Her research field addresses the following topics: history of immigration and the asylum policy in Mexico, history of the naturalization policy, national identity and mestizaje during the first half of the 20th century in Mexico, and history of Jews in Mexico. I introduced all of them because, as you know, I already explained, I'm going to be leaving at half of the conference, and so you won't have to introduce each one. So I'll start by giving the floor to Ludwig to present his presentation, which you probably explain the title and everything.
Okay, thank you. Well, I will try to give a more deeper insight in the topic of our conference, forced migrants, a difficult status between exile and immigration. The topic of people who have to flee their country of residence by being victims of political, ethnic, religious, or gender persecution and organized violence is of high importance and up to date. It's not just only historical. Since the beginning of the 21st century, global numbers of refugees and displaced persons increased by 50%, from 40 to 60 million at the global level. Not only people from lower social classes are affected, but also academics, politicians, and intellectuals. Especially for these groups, the absence of scientific and moral engagement is disconcerting. It reveals a short or a lack of memory because some 80 years ago, scholars and intellectuals, besides others, had to flee Germany, Austria, and other European countries due to political, religious, gender, or racial persecution carried out by the Nazi regime. Likewise, since the beginning of the Spanish Civil War in 1936, politicians, unionists, scientists, and others were forced to go into exile from Spain. So since the 1930s, there were considerable activities to rescue exiled scholars and intellectuals, especially in the United Kingdom and the USA, but also in Mexico, Turkey, and other countries. We put some books out in the entrance, and there you find, for instance, one book on the exile of German refugees in Turkey, which is a very interesting topic. So this is the tradition, and scientific foundations offered special programs, academic assistance councils were organized, and universities and other scientific institutions opened specific programs to receive exiled scientists in their faculties. By these means, thousands of intellectuals could survive physically, economically, and socio-politically. A lot of research has been done on these historical cases of refugee and exile of these groups of persons, especially related to the cases of those fleeing the Nazi regime and the Franco regime in Spain. Two highly prestigious places of academic research and teaching in social sciences are the New School for Social Research and El Colegio de México here in Mexico City. There already exists a lot of literature, and we have the most prestige people who worked on this here. So there exists a lot of literature on these two institutions. The main aim of this conference is to compare the cases of the New School and the Colmex from a perspective from more recent historical and social science approaches, namely that of transnationalism and of traveling theories. The approach of transnationalism and transnationalization is based on a critical reflection on the so-called methodological nationalism. The latter could be defined as, quote, the assumption that the nation, the state, the society is the natural social and political form of the modern world, unquote. This is from Andreas Wimmer and Nina Glick-Schiller in a famous paper published in 2002. In line with this assumption, the national society in its nation-state defined territory was considered the taken for granted unit of analysis in social sciences. There was no conceptual margin for social spaces beyond the national societies or for identities and belongings spanning several nation-states. In line with this conceptual frame, migration in general and exile migration in particular were predominantly analyzed and explained in terms of either emigration and the process of establishing in the new country of arrival, or diaspora suffering and return migration to the country of departure. The transnationalism approach leaves room for a more differentiated analysis and understanding of migration and integration. It allows to differentiate the types of forced migrants by asking, how do they manage their exile and their plans for future living and activities between or beyond the options of decisive emigration or scheduled return migration? Could they develop as transnational migrants with a transnational professional life of cosmopolitans or transnational scholars without taking a clear decision for either the country of departure or the country of arrival? The second innovative perspective for this international conference is that of traveling theories. Mainly focusing on social and cultural sciences, it argues that the topics and tools of scientific analysis and reflection are always intertwined with the social, cultural, political, and economic context they are developed and working in. If social theories originated in one specific societal context by means of textbooks, of persons, or international scientific journals travel to another societal context, they will necessarily be changed, adapted, and assimilated. And the other way around, if scientists who produce those theories shift from one socio-cultural space to another, this will probably alter their theory production. Although this insight is not completely new, the approach of traveling theories makes explicit the problem of how theories and theorists are affected by moving from one social geographic space to another. When referring to the situation of exiled scientists, specific questions arise. How are social theories, for instance, of exiled German economists, influenced and changed when these persons have to flee from Germany to the United Kingdom or to the USA? How do these theories and theorists, when arriving in their new academic environment, influence on their new colleagues and their corresponding theoretical concepts? For instance, how did the Frankfurt School of Adorno, Horkheimer, Marcuse, and others influence the social spaces, the social science approaches and thinking in the USA? And how did the Frankfurt School itself change due to the new settings? When the critical theory of the Frankfurt School traveled back to Germany after some 20 years of exile, was it substantially the same as it was in 1933? How was it affected by having traveled from Germany to the USA and back? In the case of Franco-Spain and Latin America, similar questions arise. How did José Medina Echevarría change his theoretical thinking when fleeing to and traveling between Mexico, Chile, and the USA, for instance? What impact had his deep knowledge of European sociological thinking during his stay at the Colmex? We know that Max Weber's work, Economy and Society, was translated by Echevarría, and now we just experienced the second and critical edition organized by colleagues from the Colmex here. The approaches of transnationalism and of traveling theories could shed some new light on the already existing rich literature on German-speaking and on Spanish scientists forced to immigrate to the USA and Mexico. In this broader context, the New School and the Colmex are at the very center of this international conference. What are similarities and differences between both? The New School, as well as the Colmex, were built up substantially by academic emigres from Germany and Spain. In both situations, social sciences and history were the main founding disciplines. Both institutions nevertheless differ in many aspects. Whereas the majority of Spanish academics at the Colmex had to leave Spain due to their political orientations and engagement, almost all German academics arriving at the New School had to flee Germany because they were, at least in the first wave, because of being Jews. And in second aspect, that not applied for all of them, because they were socialists or social democrats. So 4 main questions arise. First, how did European scientists manage their forced migration and exile between the poles of arriving, assimilating, establishing, and integrating into the new society, on the one hand, and the orientation towards returning as soon as possible to their countries of departure and their lost home and suffering the diaspora situation, on the other hand. Second, what was the impact on their theories and of their academic work on the intellectual life in their regions of arrival and perhaps later in their countries of departure? Third, this is a new question, important, I think. While the exodus of academics and intellectuals during the 1930s and 40s was in the first place a challenge and a drama for the individual forced migrants, it sometimes was considered as a window of opportunity and a benefit for the academia and the sciences of the receiving societies. Therefore, a third question refers to the ambiguities of academics' exile between individual bane and institutional boon. And the fourth question, what was the specific situation when, since the 1970s, a new wave of forced migrants from Latin America arrived at Mexico and especially at the Colegio de Mexico? So let's begin with the first question, how did European scientists manage their forced migration? In April 1933, that is just 2 months after the Nazi regime had overtaken power in Germany, the so-called Law for the Restoration of the Professional Civil Service was published. It established, quote, that all members of the Jewish race, without regard to denominated affiliation, in the civil service, in community cooperative activities, other lawful public bodies, as well as those employed on teaching staffs of private schools, are to be discharged from duty until further notice, unquote. In 1933 alone, according to Klaus-Dieter Krohn, who will give his paper in the second panel afterwards, some 1,700 academics lost their jobs, just only in the year 1933. After the annexation of Austria, another 400 university faculty were fired. Krohn estimates that including artists and other professionals and not counting their family members, quote, about 12,000 intellectuals lost their jobs and were eliminated from Germany's social and cultural life, unquote. In total, since 1933, around 500,000 persons had to flee the Nazi regime. And in the case of Spanish refugees fleeing the Franco troops during the Civil War, some 440,000 were estimated at the end of 1939 in France, with a total number of 465,000 exiled persons. These thousands of forced migrants could not be considered as a homogeneous group, as the reasons of their expulsion varied from simply being categorized as Jews, over being politically suspicious or dangerous, to having a sexual orientation not allowed. Their destinies and life strategies abroad were quite diverse as well. In scientific literature, different terms and stereotypes are used to characterize the identity and self-concepts as well as destinies and life courses of these forced migrants. As a general pattern, Emigrés as forced migrants are described as feeling the ambiguities and contradictions of their situation. On the one side, they feel rescued and saved. On the other side, they feel as strangers and transient guests in their new environment. In her famous essay, We Refugees, Hannah Arendt wrote what could be thought as a common denominator of exile. Quote, "We lost our home, which means the familiarity of daily life. We lost our occupation, which means the confidence that we are of some use in this world. We lost our language, which means the naturalness of reactions, the simplicity of gestures, the unaffected expression of feelings," unquote. The exceptional situation of the Jews as victims of what has to be considered the unique barbarism of the Nazi regime is reflected in the sentence which Hannah Arendt adds to the foregoing. Quote, "We left our relatives in the Polish ghettos, and our best friends have been killed in concentration camps. And that means the rupture of our private lives," unquote. The experience of the Jewish genocide causes Hannah Arendt to reject the term refugee for her situation. Quote, "A refugee used to be a person driven to seek refuge because of some act committed or some political opinion held. Well, it is true we have had to seek refuge, but we've committed no acts, and most of us never dreamt of having any radical opinion, unquote. In his seminal work on the German exile at the New School, Klaus-Dieter Krohn distinguishes three types of exiled intellectuals, mainly economists at the New School, according to their success or problems in integrating in the country of arrival. The first type is described as successful immigrants as, quote, dynamic and creative individual who was able to adjust to the new circumstances without apparent difficulty and to amalgamate the perspectives developed in Germany with the new experiences encountered in America, unquote. The second type could be coined as diaspora migrants and possible return migrants, and includes all those individuals who were not able or willing to adapt, assimilate, or integrate into their new social and societal environment. And the third type did not integrate into the US-American society and academy, but got, quote, increasingly disconnected from concrete reality, unquote, became uprooted, alien to America, and were in constant search of identity, that those of the second type simply maintained from their German experience. We certainly will learn much more from Mr. Krohn's talk in the second panel. For the case of Spanish forced migrants and exiled persons fleeing the Franco regime, Clara Lieder described the dominant stereotype of their identity as, quote, neither from here nor from there, unquote. The author attributes this ambiguity not only to the ambivalent willingness of the Mexican society to receive and accept the Spanish exiled persons, but also to the opposite case, quote, to which point the refugees were willing to integrate in Mexico, unquote. A lot of Spanish refugees could thus be characterized as diaspora migrants refusing to fully integrate in Mexico and unable to return to Spain anytime soon. But there was also cases that come near to the ideal type of transnational migrants. José Gaos was one of the most influential Spanish philosophers who had studied and worked in Madrid and was an expert in German philosophy. He had to leave Spain in 1938, fleeing to Mexico, where he then worked at the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM. According to Clara Lieder, for Gaos, the exile was not just an uprooting, but a transrooting. Quote, for Gaos, this transplantation to the new country allowed the emigrants to be Mexicans and Spaniards at the same time, to be at the same time from here and from there. This idea artificially goes round to define their own characteristic trait, unquote. Whereas Clara Lieder remains critical to such a transnational concept of life and identity, the more recent transnationalism research opens new ways for theoretical and empirical questions. Could certain transnational life strategies and transnational scientific engagement be identified as an enduring option between the dichotomy of either final emigration or ultimate return migration? How did those refugees who stayed in Mexico or the US and those who returned to Europe after World War II define their identity? Did they simply assimilate to the ideal types of immigrants or return migrants? Or did at least some of them live and identify as transnational migrants? These will be important questions of our second panel. There are many empirical cases of academics and intellectuals who could be considered transnational migrants because they were neither assimilating themselves into the country of arrival nor yearned for a return to their country of departure. One can assume that these types of immigrants, return migrants, and transnational migrants are closely related to the scientific, theoretical and empirical work and endeavor of the corresponding persons. The immigrant will probably adopt to the scientific norms and approaches of the country of arrival. The return migrant will maintain most of his academic concepts of the country of departure. The transnational migrant possibly seeks to combine academic traditions and approaches of both, and perhaps third, contexts, and to operate and interact with both countries of departure and arrival. As persons travel with theories, theories travel with persons. This leads me to my second point, the traveling theories. The concept of traveling theories, you know, by Said and Perry, for instance, focuses on the societal embedding of production of social theories and on the changes by which these theories are normally affected when shifting from one societal context to another. Transferring social scientific theories and concepts from one place to another leads to the ambiguity of either adaptation such theory to local conditions or merely applying it. Application. Social theory was always developed in certain places and times, and it traveled by oral or written transfer or by persons in time and in space, and was consequently assimilated or adopted by changing circumstances. Moreover, the production of theory itself is often an outcome of the traveling of its producers. This holds for ancient Christian philosophers and social theorists like Augustine of Hippo, who traveled from northern Africa towards northern Italy and back, as well as for itinerant scholars of Islam or for Alexander of Humboldt, for instance. There is much empirical evidence that theories, paradigms, and concepts in social and cultural sciences change their contents when being received or recovered in different time periods or socio-geographic places. This holds for varieties of capitalism as well as for regulation theory, etc. Taking the idea of traveling theories, a lot of questions arise concerning the context of exiled scholars and intellectuals in the USA and Mexico of the 1930s. How did schools of theoretical thinking change when some or many of their representatives had to flee Europe? Is critical theory the same in Frankfurt as in New York? How was the scientific work of José Medina Echevarría influenced and changed by his stays in Mexico and the USA, and by his former visits to Germany and other countries in Europe? How did theories change when arriving from Austria, Germany, or Spain to the Colmex and to the New School? How did theoretical approaches of academics change in exile and or when returning back to their countries of departure? Taking into account the transnationalism approach, a set of other questions arises. Were transnational academics able to interconnect and integrate theoretical and academic traditions of both their countries of departure and of arrival, and perhaps of third countries where they had stayed for a longer period? Transnational migrants normally don't feel as unrooted cosmopolitans in the orbit, but as ambiguously embedded in social memory and life of different places. Klaus-Dieter Krohn cites the case of Louis Wirth, and we have a lot of other empirical evidence, for instance, Fritz Stern, published in a recent book, and others. Klaus-Dieter Krohn cites the case of Louis Wirth, a US-American sociologist of German Jewish roots, who came to the USA at the age of 14 in 1911 and, quote, declared the concept of intellectual emigrants a contradiction in terms. Because, he said, intellectuals are always nomads in the universe of the mind and should feel at home anywhere, unquote. Another example of a transnational migrant and theorist to cite here is Franz L. Neumann, a German-born Jewish socialist and Marxist thinker and lawyer. Due to his political activities and Jewish roots, Neumann had to flee Germany in 1933 and studied at the London School of Economics. He then was employed by the Frankfurt Institute of Social Research, which by that point had to move from Frankfurt over Geneva and Paris to the Columbia University in New York. He also cooperated with the new school, but his, quote, relatively late arrival in New York in 1936 made it harder for him to stake out his own area of work and expertise, and that may have been the reason for his perceiving the graduate faculty as threatening competition, unquote. Dieter Krohn. After World War II, Neumann commuted between the USA and Germany in a transnational life and became one of the most important founders of modern political science in the Federal Republic of Germany. Concerning his transnational life project, Neumann stated in 1952, quote, "The exiled scientist perhaps gives up his former intellectual position and overtakes the new orientation unconditionally. This, in fact, he did in some occasions. Perhaps he may maintain his old thought pattern and find a new mission in trying to forge completely the American way of thinking, or he withdraws with depreciation and content on an island. Both happened. But perhaps he tries, just to mention a third option, to combine his new experiences with the old tradition. This, I think, is the most difficult but also the most meaningful solution," unquote. This leads me to the third point, the exile between individual bane and institutional boon. The exile between individual bane and institutional boon is important because, especially for our two cases, because the New School and the Colegio de México were established and consolidated based on the practice of receiving and inviting excellent exiled academics. From 1936 onwards, the establishment of the Franco regime in Spain until 1939 and its persistence until the first democratic elections in 1977 obliged thousands and thousands of politically active, critical intellectuals, politicians of the former Spanish Republic, and other scientists to leave the country. Hundreds of thousands of unionists, socialists, and communists first left to France, many of which having to flee from the Nazi occupation of that country a few years later. Writers like José Gauss and Wenceslao Roses, scientists like Juan Antonio Ortega y Medina, and José Medina Echavarría, Fernando de los Ríos, and Rafael Segovia emigrated to and remained in Mexico. Whereas in Germany and Austria, the basic reason for exile ended with the defeat over the Nazi regime in 1945, persecution of groups and people, and with that, the need to flee and stay abroad in Spain held until 1975. While the Nazi regime and the Franco system represented a catastrophe and a bane for most of individual forced migrants, this European situation was, to a certain extent, a boon, a window of opportunity for some scientific institutions outside Europe, and even, ironically, for some of them, the refugees themselves. When the Nazi regime began in Germany in 1933, there already existed first networks and initiatives of transnational solidarity and help, and I think Mr. Fleck and others will relate to this infrastructure of solidarity afterwards. The director of the new school, Alvin Johnson, played a crucial role. He recognized the unique historical opportunity for turning the new school, founded in 1919, as a kind of adult and workers' education and modern arts center like Germany's Volkshochschulen, into a full graduate school able to grant university degrees. In 1933, the new school counted with only 4 or 5 full-time faculty members, 4 to 5 full-time faculty members. And I quote Mr. Krohn, in April, no, it's the work of Rutkoff and Scott, the most influential history of the new school in general. And I quote, in April of that year, as the Nazis expelled Jewish and socialist scholars from their university positions, Johnson saw his opportunity. Within 6 months, he had raised enough money to bring a dozen and later a score of the most distinguished of these refugees to the new school, from 4 to 5, just bringing up 1 dozen, unquote. To a certain extent, the dismissal and persecution of intellectuals and scholars in Germany was a boon for the new school and also for the German forced migrants who were able to settle there. Compared to the new school, the case of founding first the Casa de España in August 1938 and later in October of 1940, renaming it El Colegio de México, reveals both similarities and differences. From the very beginning, it was an effort that was mainly supported not by private foundations or universities, but negotiated by some intellectuals and diplomats with the government of the leftist socialist president Lázaro Cárdenas, in the case of Mexico. Cárdenas socialized the railway system and the petroleum industry in 1938. He initiated many social and educational reforms. The main promoter of founding the Casa de España, Daniel Cosío Villegas, in 1936 argued in favor of receiving some outstanding Spanish scholars, and I quote, "We would have a characteristic that would provoke sympathy all over the world, in the same way as it did for various foreign universities when having received the wise German men expulsed by the Hitlerism. At the same time, we would acquire 10 men of the first line who would help us to raise the level of our culture that has fallen so many years ago," unquote. Cosío Villegas. There were clear selection criteria according to academic quality and needed special knowledge, not to needs. All in all, what might have been an individual bane may definitely be described as a boon for the 2 institutions considered here, which allowed them to receive highly qualified academics to strengthen their own teaching and education. So, coming to the 4th element, the comparative perspective and the new situation in the 1970s. A look at the history of the new school and the Colmex reveals a lot of commonalities, but also interesting differences. Both organizations were intensively promoted by outstanding persons, Alvin Johnston in the case of the USA and Daniel Cosío Villegas and later Alfonso Reyes in the case of Mexico. All had made extensive experiences in Europe, had substantial personal networks of academics, politicians, and foundations. In both cases, a mix of professional solidarity and instrumental exploitation of windows of opportunities could be identified. In both cases, regardless the foreseeable exodus and exile of thousands of scholars and intellectuals, there was a specific and to a certain extent contingent constellation that made success possible. The latter points at important differences as well between the 2 cases. In the case of the new school, there were European networks of solidarity and US-American funding organizations prior to 1933. In case of the Colmex, there were political pressure on and trends of isolating of the Mexican government due to the socialization of petroleum, the personality and politics of the president, as well as cultural nearness due to colonial history. This led to mainly governmental aid in the case of El Colegio de Mexico, whereas the US government was reserved or even hostile to the idea of receiving many European intellectuals, so that success in the case of the new school was possible only due to the funding by mainly private foundations. Whereas the new school represented an exceptional experiment of socially committed education in an established landscape of advanced universities, the Colmex, right from the very beginning, was considered an elite institution that was expected to improve the precarious national academic system. There are a lot more factors of commonalities and differences that hopefully will be developed and explained in the course of this conference. Thereby, we could get a deeper understanding of the institutional context and impact of emigrated, exiled, and refuged academics in the cases of Colmex and New School, of the ambiguities of the scientists' situation between exile, emigration, return migration, and transnational migration, and how the traveling or transnational return of theories impact on the countries of departure, namely Spain, Germany, and Austria. Discussing thus such questions must not remain a mere intellectual exercise. Scholars and societies in general could learn from the two cases of the New School and the Colmex, considering the current situation of exiled academics and intellectuals, and Silvia Giorguli already mentioned this, for instance, in Syria or in Central America. In a special volume of the journal New Research Voices, I don't know if you know this, New Research Voices on Syrian academics in exile, the editors underline, quote, "All across the West we see refugees being scapegoated and a growing reluctance to help those who genuinely need our help. Somewhere in the mess and confusion, we are beginning to lose sight of just why so many migrants and refugees are seeking new lives in the West, more pertinently, the positives that these people bring with them." And I know that the DAAD, for instance, spent some money just to help immediately in this case and other organizations as well. But in general, compared to the situation in the 1930s, I think the infrastructure of solidarity and of receiving intellectuals is quite different and to a certain extent underdeveloped. This is my point. And this leads me to my final question. Should only the dark side of history be repeated? Thank you very much.
Bueno, gracias. Thanks, Ludger. You already raised a lot of questions, a lot of comparisons, a lot of differences, which, as I imagined at the beginning, that it was going to be a very, very interesting conference. And I insist, I really regret that I'll have to leave. But then I'll give the floor to Mr. Sasha.
Muss ich jetzt zweimal draufklicken oder? First of all, I would like to thank Ludger Pries and the Colmex for the invitation. And my presentation is called Twilight of the Century. Please allow me one remark on the title. Without the twilight, there is no midnight. I cover the phase from 1930 to 1931, before the midnight of the century, the Second World War in Europe. And I have to stress this because what I would like to do is to give the background for the decisions of the people deciding about refuge and asylum in the 1930s. So we have to find out what did they know. That will be the part of other lectures of the experts on the US and Mexico, or what could they have known, which is part of my lecture. But it does not mean, and I have to stress this against the backdrop of the German debates of the 50s, 60s, and sometimes even today, that there was some kind of good National Socialism before the Second World War, and it became bad only afterwards. This is definitely not the case. The regime prepared for war, probably even not for the Holocaust, but the regime prepared for war from 1933 on by fostering the Volksgemeinschaft, a German term which is difficult to translate, but means more or less community of the people. Those people defined as Aryan Germans by the National Socialists. I have to make this crystal clear before going into this lecture. Now, what are the aims and questions of my presentation? First of all, I want to give you an overview of recent research on the dimensions of politically motivated repression in Europe from 1930 to 1939. That means, just for all of us who are experts on the 1930s, mainly to recall it, to get it back into our minds. And I must admit that preparing this presentation, it was interesting for me as a historian of the early modern and modern era, just to recall the sheer dimensions of brutality, of violence, even before the Second World War in Europe. Secondly, the question, what could the international public know about persecution in Europe? Here I have to ask, again, for understanding, I will not deal with the question, what did people know, but what could they have known, which is quite a difference. And then the third question is, what were the dimensions and phases of politically motivated violence and their possible impact on refugees? I will formulate some hypotheses on this. For the first question, an overview of recent research and the dimensions of politically motivated repression in Europe. There is no doubt amongst serious historians that the major crimes of the 1930s in Europe were intentional and deliberate, and the terrible dimensions, if not the exact numbers, are beyond any doubt. And please apologize this, because it's probably not the stance of a scientist, but of somebody who was also some kind of political leader of a memorial, with people denying first and foremost the Shoah and also the crimes of Stalinism or the crimes of Italian fascism in Abyssinia. There is no serious debate. There's a political fight. On dimensions, on intentions, we have a very open and broad debate I would always defend, but with that, there can't be any debate. Secondly, I would like to offer the background of political decision-making in Mexico and the USA concerning refugees from Europe. Here the hypothesis is the governments and political analysts knew about politically motivated crimes and their dimensions in Europe, and if they didn't, they could have known. What were the dimensions and phases of politically motivated violence and their possible impact on refugees? Aside from the USSR, which is a special case, the Spanish Civil War and Mussolini's war against Abyssinia marked a significant brutalization of politics. This doesn't mean that other parts, like seen in the former lecture, the brutal expulsion of Jews from German society were not brutal, but here is a significant brutalization of politics. Neither the relative quiet of the first, nor the beginning preparations for war in the second half of the 1930s favored the granting of refuge, and of course is the more honorable for those people, especially in the US and Mexico, who fought for refuge and asylum. The first case we have to deal with is the USSR 1930 to 1933. I called it Hunger as a Weapon and the Great Purges. Hunger as a weapon mainly refers to the hunger terror, famine as terror in the Ukraine. There were also other areas, but Ukraine was the main area where a famine, mainly triggered by the Stalinist collectivization of the agricultural economy, was used by Joseph Stalin and his henchmen to eliminate any kind of possible Ukrainian resistance to his regime. There's no doubt that this was a very, very deliberate decision. About 3.3 million deaths, at least in Ukraine, and about 100 people shot during the accompanying terror. The areas of famine were simply shut up by the secret police, military forces of the Ministry of the Interior, and army detachment. So people were not able to get away from the hunger areas and had to perish. And these were mainly women and children, and that's why I choose this image, the silhouette of the first Holodomor, which is the Ukrainian word for the hunger terror. It's no allusion to Holocaust. It's a simple, typical Ukrainian expression. Monument in Kiev, and here we have the figures who show a mother and a child, because children were the first and foremost victims of this kind of terror. And then there are the Great Purges from 1936 to 1939, accompanied by the Moscow trials against the majority of the former leadership of the Bolshevik Party. We have relatively good numbers here, about at least 680,000 people whom we can prove who were shot, and that means 1,000 people every day were executed. And counting the deaths in the gulags, 950,000 to 1.2 million deaths altogether, and millions arrested. But what is quite new research done by people like Chernuk or Barbarovsky is that 380,000 of these were socially unwanted people, former kulaks, more or less wealthy, according to Russian standards, peasants, and so-called criminals, people deemed antisocial by the regime. And what was not known for a long time, at least in the broader public, 110,000 ethnic Poles, also ethnic Japanese or Chinese in the Far East. So part of the Great Purges was ethnic cleansing in the borderlands. And the old Bolshevik elite, which was nearly eradicated, from the Leninist Central Committee of 1917, only one person was left alive, Joseph Stalin, and handicapped persons, 1,100 people from Moscow facilities for handicapped people were labeled antisocial and executed during the Great Purges. There are different interpretations. I, of course, cannot dwell on them, but would just like to call into mind some of them. There's one very influential conservative strain, which is represented by Robert Conquest, who mainly blames Marxist ideology and sees at least a direct line from Lenin to Stalin, but also from Marx and Engels to Stalin. Then the so-called revisionist current, not to be mingled up with German revisionism. It's quite different, with people like Arch Getty or Sheila Fitzpatrick, who see it as an out-of-control witch hunt, which was fueled by very different interests and not directly organized by the center. The last thing, I think, seen from most recent research is mainly not true, but also very interesting criticism on the criticism of sources of people like Conquest, and then an industrialization under bureaucratic and Stalinist rule, like, for example, one of the most famous German historians, Manfred Hildermeyer, or the well-known French left-wing writer, left-wing non-Stalinist writer, Pierre Brouet. And I want to mention this, and I dwell on it a bit because it's very important for our methodology of analyzing these dictatorships. Stalin did it because he was able to. That is a thesis promoted by Humboldt in Germany chair. Barbarovsky, it sounds very easy and almost childish, a thesis, but reading the books, I think it was very important. A point he had made to say, okay, there were the social circumstances. A scholar of the size of Barbarovsky, of course, knows. But we have to see that if people who like to kill, and Stalin was with no doubt amongst those people, if they get the chance to do it, it is very, very important that they grasp the opportunity and do it because they simply like it. We have the sources where Stalin says, no, you don't have to shoot 7,500 people in that region, but you have to shoot 12,000. I don't mind how you do it, but you have to do it. Otherwise, you will be shot yourselves. The USSR 1930 to 1939, who could know about it? Hunger as a weapon. I choose this picture, the article by Gareth Jones on the Soviet famine in the Evening Standard of March 33, because Jones was one of the journalists who brought this terror to a broader public in the West together with Malcolm Muggeridge, while others like Walter Duranty and also in this phase George Bernard Shaw more or less served Stalin's propaganda, not telling about the hunger terror and of course not about the mass executions. But, and this we have to mention, beside the Stalinist currents and some, I mentioned some, socialist or left liberal currents, all political currents, including socialist, anarchists, liberals, conservatives, acknowledged the crimes and said they are true. The Great Purges, here Stalin was much more careful than in the first case to hide the true nature of the Great Purges. So the ethnic and social cleansings are not well known. But we have to keep in mind that the accusations in the Moscow trials saying that people like Leon Trotsky, Lev Kamenev, Nikolai Bukharin had served from their early youth to their execution at least 4 or 5 Western or Far Eastern secret services is simply ridiculous. Everybody who believed that, wanted to believe it, had a big problem with his set of mind or was simply paid for it. That has to be kept in mind. And so the absurd dimension of these trials was clear to the world. And there were also counter-trials, like the commission set up in the USA, where there was a counter-public to it. And we have to see one thing, there were nearly no refugees because the people in the hunger areas in Ukraine had no possibility to flee. The Russian border, the USSR border defenses were very, very tight. This dictatorship was able to close the borders. And those who were able to flee from areas of terror, which was possible in the Soviet Union, the Secret Service was not able to control the whole country, but they preferred internal migration. For example, if you were a very good worker in a terror area in the Far East, you could go, for example, to the Donbass, into the industrializing areas where the party bosses sought for people who were well trained. Now, Italy, which is not that important for us, that's why I will dwell more shortly on it. 1990 to 1939, it was selective repression at home and unleashed violence abroad. Fascist campaigns against socialist and clerical officials between 1919, the foundation of the Fasci di Combattimento, and 1922 to the March on Rome, claims, and here the numbers are very unclear because it's very difficult to find out, about 3,000 deaths and tens of thousands abused. Fascist terror campaigns were against, for example, newly elected mayors from the socialist parties who were beaten up in the marketplace and forced to subscribe to restraining from politics. And anybody who resisted was brutally killed. By law, by Italian law, only a very small number was killed. By courts, extra-legal courts, special courts, about 40, and less than 20 by legal courts. Thousands imprisoned, and people knew what Mussolini was able to do by the early terror campaign. And then with the Abyssinian War, and that's why I chose Mussolini announcing the invasion of Abyssinia without a declaration of war. The smallest numbers are 350,000 to 750,000 Abyssinians killed during and after the Abyssinian War, with a racist campaign of exterminating whole villages using poison gas. The scientific international debates concern the fascist regime. One trend stresses the ideological aspects as a political religion, like Gentile or Griffin, while others stress the social aspects, like Bosworth or Pollitt, just to name the main currents. Italy, 1919 to 1939. I choose an American paper, which is probably not one of the most important papers of the time, the Cold Water Daily from 1933, which shows that in a nutshell, everybody was able to know what was going on there. Terror in Italy after the March on Rome, 1922, and before, of course, was open because it was intended to intimidate people. The atrocities in Abyssinia, Ethiopia, were justified and or denied by Italy, but covered in the international media. Great Britain and France did not want to act against Italy, and we had the absurd situation that they forced an arms embargo in the League of Nations, which was of course very bad for Abyssinia because it had no arms production, and very good for Italy because it had. And it was to some extent Nazi Germany supporting Abyssinia because of being angry about Italy not being in favor of the Anschluss of Austria. And the refugees from Italy, yes, but not from Abyssinia, Ethiopia, were able to get to Europe. Then Germany, 1933 to 1939, purging the Volksgemeinschaft. I called it Volksgemeinschaft, community of the so-called Aryan German people. It is very difficult to get at exact numbers for the victims of the first wave of terror and afterwards the time to 1939, because of course the essence, the true nature of German National Socialism became clear and open in the war. The fascists themselves claimed that war is their natural state of society they want and are pursuing. So we can say about 600 deaths and 100,000 imprisoned, mainly by administrative imprisonment, so-called Schutzhaft, but most of them were released after a relatively short time, but being intimidated, often beaten, very badly treated in the early concentration camps, and abstained from politics because it mainly hit the imprisonments people from the workers' movement, and eliminating the nationalist and conservative opposition and the opposition inside the NSDAP was in 1934 the so-called Röhm-Putsch, where the deaths are estimated between 90 and 160. And what we have to see, it was stressed, and we cannot stress it often enough, systematically depriving the people defined as Jews by the National Socialist regime of their rights, persecutions culminating in the so-called Reichskristallnacht, the organized pogrom in 1938, And so amongst the about 500,000 of refugees from Germany, most of them were Jews. Ludger had characterized this opposition already in a perfect way, so I cannot add on this. And we have to say that the persecutions and killings of the pre-war dictatorship are debated in the context of the Shoah. There's one trend stressing deliberate prelude to the Endlösung, the extinction of the Jew, the so-called intentionalists, Bracher, Friedländer, and Fleming, versus the struggle of rival groups in the Nazi system, structuralists or functionalists like Mommsen and Brossard. And I chose the picture of a Jewish lawyer driven through the streets of Munich, intimidating, humiliating people day by day. Germany 1933 to 1939. I have a picture which more or less ridicules Hitler and shows the attitude of a broad part of the international public, seeing the Nazi regime of the first years not as utterly terrorist, but doomed to failure. But in a nutshell, everybody could know. Terror by physical violence, social exclusion, and oppressive laws was public. And unlike later atrocities, the Nazis didn't even try to hide them. We must see that anti-Semitism was not just something put on German society from above, but in every village there were signs saying Jews not allowed, Jews keep out, against Jewish shopkeepers. It was a day-to-day phenomenon. Children being taken out of school, people thrown out, forced to leave everything behind when being driven into exile, with a short gap of the Olympic Games. But all the travelers coming to Germany could know what was going on. And several factors led to a suppression of the knowledge about the Nazi crimes, and especially the exclusion of Jews. There is a widespread anti-Semitism, a worldwide current which said, okay, but what's the problem? He doesn't even kill them. That was massively problematic. A longing for law and order after the world economic crisis, relatively low numbers of dead, and the possibility, leaving everything behind, being excluded for a lot of people to leave Germany, but nobody listening to them about the crimes. And now I come to the last. It's Spain from 1936 to 1939. Here I have to mention that there is a foreplay. In 1934, the Asturian uprising of mine workers, and which was brutally put down by Francisco Franco, 1,700 miners being killed, 260 people from the security apparatus, and between 15 to 40,000 miners being imprisoned. So we have already very, very violent class struggles. Now, the exact numbers have not already been established. Between 38,000 to 50,000 victims of anarchist, communist, and republican terror, and another dimension, 130 to 200,000 victims of fascist and so-called nationalist terror. Here we also have to see that modern research shows that the republican terror was mainly grassroots terror organized by anarchist currents. For example, Durruti with his column, the famous left anarchist leader, going from village to village and simply killing off all priests, all nobility, lawyers, and all people belonging to the upper classes. But the Republic tried to contain these terrors after the first month, and the important there was the important terror of the Soviet Secret Service, claiming about 3,000 victims from all political currents on the side of the Republic. On the nationalist side, the terror was going on all the time. It was directed from the center and accompanied by the ideology of limpieza, of cleaning the country of everybody who was considered to be leftist or atheist, by the fascist government. And this resulted in extraordinary numbers of deaths, which still today excite Spanish society. And here we've got different numbers, like Beaver gives about 200,000 for nationalist and 38,000 for Republican terror, while Ruiz puts the numbers for fascist terror lower at about 100,000 during the time of the Civil War. And that's why I chose the picture of Republican unarmed, defeated soldiers being led to their death by their fascist guards, because a lot of people killed were unarmed soldiers of the Republican side, normally falling under the Geneva Conventions and killed in cold blood after combat. Spain, 1934 to 1939, who could know about it? In a nutshell, everybody. The nationalists did not only hide their crimes after the war, when Franco tried not to be overrun by the Allied invasion of Germany, and successfully doing so. But during the war, fascist terror in Spain was utterly open to intimidate people by some of the worst of crimes. And the Republic tried to stop grassroots terror. Ironically, it was mainly the anarchists who were able to get their terror out of memory and being seen as victims, which they truly were. They were most brutally persecuted by the fascists and also, to a lesser extent, by the Stalinist secret police. But anarchist crimes committed are no longer a big point of debate. And USSR-oriented communists tried to hide their terror, but this was made open. Foreign observers and combatants were on both sides. The Corpo Truppe Volontaria was sent by Mussolini to support the fascist side and was utterly defeated mainly by Italian, Spanish and German international brigades in the Battle of Guadalajara in the spring of 1937. Then the Legion Condor from Germany, the international brigades organized by the Communist International for the Republic and international volunteers of the left Marxist POUM, where George Orwell served, in the Kolumna Lenin, and the CNT anarchist FIE international volunteers. Children from the Republic were amongst the first refugees, as the Republican government brought them out of the danger zones, mainly to France, it was already mentioned, and to a lesser extent to the USSR, where some refugees were lucky that it was after the Great Purges, but some of them were also killed by Stalinist terror, and to Mexico, which has the honor of helping unconditionally the Spanish Republic, even with arms and ammunition given to the Republic. During the war and above all after the Republic's defeat, about 450,000 people fled, and here I have got a Mexican paper reading the headline, "Madrid set on fire by the machine guns of the fascists." So it was known. Summary and end, it's during the first half of the 1930s, the USSR witnessed a human catastrophe, but no refugees came to the West. Refugees from Germany were confronted with widespread racism against Jews and sympathies for Nazi Germany. The twilight of the century was also marked by the fact that during the second half of the 1930s, the Abyssinian War and the Spanish Civil War showed a new quality of fascist repression. More countries became willing to help, but victims were still confronted with either not being able to flee Abyssinia or political reservations like in Spain. Here are the sources of the pictures, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. Very dramatic and sad presentation, I guess. And now I'll give the word to
Daniela Glaser. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ludger, for the invitation. And thank you to all of you for staying here. It's been a long table. And the good news is I thought I only had 20 minutes to speak, so I only will speak 20 minutes or less. The title of my paper is Receiving Whom? Favored and Disfavored Refugees in Mexico. The fact that a handful of Jewish social scientists joined the New School for Social Research in New York, and another group of Spanish Republicans founded the Casa de España in Mexico City is no coincidence. Mexico became an attractive option for refugees from Nazism only when Jews clearly perceived the danger of remaining within the borders of the Third Reich in 1938, after Kristallnacht, and the exodus took on a massive scale, leading them to consider all possible options for asylum. However, Jewish immigration to Mexico, characterized by the Ministry of Interior as the least desirable of all, had been prohibited since 1933, with the argument that Jews comprise element not susceptible to assimilation into Mexican mestizaje due to their psychological and moral characteristics. If it were discovered that a foreigner were Jewish, independently of their nationality, they were to be refused entry. By contrast, Spaniards stood at the opposite end of the immigration spectrum. For Gilberto Loyo, one of the leading authorities in migration in the country, and for many others, the arrival of the Republicans represented, I quote, the last opportunity Mexico shall have for many years to increase the influx of Spanish people, for the Spaniard is without doubt the best immigration Mexico can receive, end of quote. President Cárdenas himself had declared that, quote, there are no people who are so well suited as the Spanish, which is our race, since we are descended from them, end of quote. This argument, traditionally used by the conservative right wing rather than the left, was taken up by post-revolutionary nationalism in which reassessment of mestizaje as the nation's fundamental process played a key role. The aim of this paper is to present 4 points of comparison between the policies adopted by the Mexican governments of Lázaro Cárdenas and Manuel Ávila Camacho towards Spanish and Jewish exiles. Point 1, the involvement of the Mexican government. A number of reasons led President Lázaro Cárdenas to open the country's doors to Spanish exiles. Identification with the political program of the Spanish Republic, respect for the sovereignty of legally constituted regimes and their defense from the League of Nations, solidarity with those defeated by totalitarianism and with the causes that represent the redemption of workers, and, as already mentioned, domestic issues, such as the opportunity to increase the population with the best possible immigrants, attracting their skills and talent. The Mexican government first got involved in the Spanish Civil War in 1936, when it agreed to a request from the government of Spain to purchase arms in France to be sent to the Republic, and when Cárdenas delivered 20,000 Mexican-made rifles and 20 million rounds of ammunition to the Spanish ambassador in Mexico, Félix Gordón Ordaz. Furthermore, in October of that year, the Ibero-American Committee for Aid of the Spanish People was set up based in Mexico. 1 year later, in 1937, Juan Negrín, president of the government of the Spanish Republic, sent Juan Simeón Vidarte to Mexico to find out whether General Lázaro Cárdenas would be prepared to receive Spanish refugees in the event that the Republic were to lose the war. The response of Cárdenas could hardly have been more positive, and I quote, if that moment should come to pass, you can tell your government that the Spanish Republicans will be find a second motherland in Mexico, end of quote. This means that 2 years before the process of exile began, Mexico had already agreed to accept the Republicans, were they to lose. Indeed, Cárdenas soon had the opportunity to show that he was ready to back up his statements, welcoming a group of 456 Spanish children in 1937 who became known as the Children of Morelia, and supporting the activities of Daniel Cosío Villegas to invite, quote, a handful of Spaniards of the first rank with scientific, literary, and artistic values and of exemplary moral quality who would arrive in 1938 and establish the Casa de España in Mexico. As for Jewish refugees, there are also multiple reasons why the Mexican government adopted a policy of distance and detachment from the issue, initially considering it a European affair that did not concern Mexico. Although President Lázaro Cárdenas initially evaluated the possibility of opening the doors to those fleeing Nazism, he ran up against significant obstacles both within his own cabinet and among public opinion. In parallel, the experience gleaned by Mexican representatives at international conferences on refugees led them to understand that no country was really ready to open its doors. Waiting for a joint international effort to materialize became, for all parties, more of a justification for not acting rather than a common project. I'd like to digress here to recall the fact that Mexican law lacked the category of refugee and only included that of political asylum, and it was under the latter migratory category that the Republicans arrived. In the case of the Jewish refugees, the strategy used by the Mexican government in order not to appear to blatantly contradict themselves by closing the doors on the one hand and to position themselves internationally as a land of asylum for those fleeing totalitarian regimes on the other, was not to recognize their status as refugees. So, from the start, they were considered simple immigrants, and thus subject to all the usual bureaucratic provisions of immigration policy. Later, when it became clear that the Jews were fleeing a situation of extreme danger, the term racial refugees was coined to distinguish them from political refugees, and thus again avoid them benefiting from the country's asylum policy. Though there were a number of Jewish colonization projects in Mexico, none of them bore fruit, and the refugees who arrived did so in line with legal exceptions, as relative of immigrants already established in the country, thanks to special authorizations obtained through organizations or individuals close to the government, or by purchasing visas or offering bribes at the border checkpoints. A significant part of the problem was the predominantly negative image of Jews. Even once the nominal condition of refugees had been acknowledged, they continued to refer to Jews as people who weren't necessarily in danger. For example, Gilberto Bosques, the Mexican consul in Marseille, stated as late as February 1942 that Mexico, quote, Mexico should in no way become refuge for, listen, for people who no longer feel comfortable in France. That was 1942. Mexico should in no way become a refuge for people who no longer feel comfortable in France and who wish to pursue their lucrative businesses activities in our country. End of quote. What is interesting is that despite the fact that the difference in policy with regard to Spaniards and to Jews were quite explicit at the time, they later became blurred as a result of the subsequent construction of the notion of Mexico as a country of open doors, one that had shown generosity towards all victims of totalitarianism without distinction. These differentiated policies were reflected in the size of the contingents of immigrants. While Mexico received some 25,000 Spanish refugees, it permitted the entry of less than 2,000 Jewish refugees. With regard to the former, it was the country that received the largest number anywhere in the world after France. As for the latter, among the Latin American countries that receive one of the smallest numbers, after Argentina, Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, Uruguay, El Salvador, Colombia, Cuba, and Ecuador. Point 2, the organization of exiles. In terms of the organization of the salvation efforts, the experiences of Spanish and Jewish exiles were radically different. The principal difference, possibly, is that Spanish exiles benefited from funding by the Spanish Republican government and the active and enthusiastic collaboration of the Mexican government. The salvation of the Jewish exiles, which was a more heterogeneous and complex affair, on the other hand, remained in the hands of private Jewish organizations, above all in the United States, and with private resources. And as we have seen, they did not enjoy the sympathy of the Mexican authorities. To assist Spanish refugees, 2 organizations were created. SERE, Servicio de Evacuación de Refugiados Españoles, in February 1939, set up by Juan Negrín, and JARE, Junta de Auxilio a los Republicanos Españoles, in July 1939, controlled by Indalecio Prieto. Although the conflicts between the two are well known, as well as the intention of each to establish itself as the true representative of the Republican government in exile, at least these organizations helped to organize and centralize the migration of the Republicans to Mexico. For Jewish exiles, there was no such centralized effort. Different local bodies and national committees, some very short-lived, attempted to assist in organizing the immigration, relying on financial resources from international Jewish organizations, such as the American Joint Distribution Committee and the World Jewish Congress. The main bodies that attempted to help to flow the migrants obtaining transatlantic steamer tickets and, above all, visas were the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society and the HISAM. The task was hindered by the fragmented nature of these efforts, the lack of coordination and even competition between the agencies, their differing ideologies, geographical distances, lack of resources, and the very complexity of the task of salvation itself. All of this involved work in many countries, in different languages, and very different political and economic situations, which only increased as Nazism expanded. This lack of organization also meant that governments were not clear about who to negotiate with when it came to evaluating an immigration project involving Jewish refugees. The situation was worsened by the fact that well-established Jewish community in Western countries, while sympathizing with the victims, did not always wish to put at risk the good relationships they maintained with their governments, and they did not exert excessive pressure for the doors of their countries to be opened. In the case of Mexico, the small Jewish community were recent arrivals. They had established themselves in the country in the 1920s and had no political cards to play. The image that best illustrates the differences in terms of organization of the exile process is that while the Mexican government was sending representatives to France to organize the evacuation of Spaniards, even securing 2 castles where they could be temporarily housed while waiting to embark, several ships carrying Jews who arrived by their own means at the ports of Veracruz were turned back, some of them forced to return to Europe. Point 3, the rescue of valuable people. A number of organizations were set up very early on to rescue intellectuals, scientists, and artists. When the Nazi regime came to power, the first transnational solidarity and support networks and initiatives were already in place in Paris, Switzerland, and London to help to resettle German academics in universities around the world. Many British academics spontaneously offered to share their salaries to support expelled colleagues. Their US counterpart was the Emergency Committee in Aid of Displaced Foreign Scholars. In July 1933, the presidents of 142 US universities used a call for solidarity with the victims of Nazis, and together with the emergency committee, other organizations began to work to help them, such as the Rockefeller Foundation, the Overlander Trust, and the New School for Social Research. As we saw at the beginning of this paper, the Mexican government gladly accepted the idea of inviting Spanish intellectuals, humanists, artists, and scientists for two main reasons: to save them and to take advantage of their talents for the benefits of Mexico. In the Jewish case, once more, things were different. Frank Tenenbaum, a man who was very close to both Roosevelt and Cárdenas, approached the latter to propose the formation of a university in Mexico employing the Jewish talent that was fleeing Nazism. The proposal was not considered. Here, there was a strong tension between the opportunity to save lives and to benefit Mexican academia, and the view that those who were considered not susceptible to assimilation into Mexican mestizaje were not welcome due to their national, religious, or ethnic identities at a time when the Mexican government had set itself the aim of increasing national homogeneity. A number of US organizations, in particular, attempted to persuade President Cárdenas of the desirability of accepting Jewish scientists, but for the most part, they were unsuccessful. In the years 1940 to 1942, when the Mexican government agreed to grant visas to some German-speaking intellectuals, both Jews and non-Jews, there was a sense that the most valuable people had already been saved, and those who remained were just the rest. The issue of German-speaking exiles in Mexico is a fascinating one and must be dealt with on another occasion, but it is important to point out that their arrival was far more complex than the historiography of the matter has suggested to date. Point 4, common myths about both exiles. In order to assert themselves as a group, both sets of exiles created an image of Mexico as a country of generous open doors, minimizing the conflicts and emphasizing the common ground. The myths held in common by both groups concern the idealization and romanticization arising from these processes. Tomás Pérez Vejo says that, quote, "The strong emotional element that every exile carries with them has imbued the story of the Iberian exiles with a mythical power that stands as a huge obstacle to understanding its historical importance and meaning," end of quote. As such, until at least the 1980s, according to Sebastián Faber, it was difficult to address the possible negative aspects of the Republican experience in Mexico, such as the demand imposed on the refugees to disassociate their intellectual activity from politics, converting their exile into something like a forced paralysis. Other myths that have survived the critical filters of historians are those referring to the unconditional acceptance of Spanish exiles by the Mexican government, the romantic image of Mexican society welcoming the Spanish exiles with open arms, and the idea that most of these exiles were intellectuals. In the case of the Jewish exiles, it was not only a question of idealizing the experience of exile, but of a complete reconfiguration of a negative historical episode of the country's doors being closed to Jewish refugees into its positive counterpart. This image seems to emerge as a result of two distinct processes. The first consists of extending the open and receptive immigration policy of the country that held sway in the 1920s into the two subsequent decades, without acknowledging the changes that occurred in the 1930s. The second process is connected precisely to the Spanish exiles, and involves the assumption that their reception was not an exception, but rather the proof of the progressive and generous character of the Cárdenas government, and that this character must therefore have led to open the doors to all the persecuted groups that sought asylum in the country around the same time. It is clear, meanwhile, that the memory of this exile has been constructed by the experiences of those who did arrive in Mexico, which makes it necessary to hear arrival records, the voices of those who were not living, in order to assemble a history that is at once more complex and more complete. I would like to conclude with the consideration that it is important to stop thinking in terms of open door or closed door regimes. The Mexican experience reveals that at the same time, with the same set of laws, the authorities of a country can give two radically different responses to two different groups in search of asylum. These responses depend on the historical relationship with each of the groups, the way in which their members are characterized, and the domestic and foreign policies, interests and pressures that are at stake. What's more, the possibility of one exile has of being allowed in may well be undermined by the welcoming of another exile. In this case, much of the documentation shows that the arrival of the Spanish exile pushed the regime's capacity for receiving refugees to the limit, reducing the possibilities the Jewish refugees had to be received in the country. Thank you.
Well, this was a very interesting final conclusion. I am afraid that I'm going to have to leave, but I'm happy that I was able at least to listen to the three of you. And I wish you that you continue with a magnificent.
Okay, thank you very much, Gustavo Vega, for your chairing the conference. Well, we now heard three papers, extensive paper. So, question and comments. Federico, perhaps you could present yourselves briefly.
Hi, I'm Federico Finkelstein. I teach history at the New School. I have a question for Daniela, but it's very much, to some extent, biographical. I mean, I was thinking of the experience of my grandfather, who I illegally crossed from Uruguay to Argentina as a Jewish migrant, certainly not an intellectual. Argentina was quite close. I mean, it had an almost explicit anti-Semitic policy, and I was surprised that you put like my country at the as one of the countries that received the most, insofar as there were explicit policies, even perhaps more explicit than in Mexico, designed not to let them in. So the question is, are we, like, I mean, one of the outcomes of the presentation, if you focus on the Argentine side, and I mean, are we talking about, I mean, a Mexican state which is much stronger as a state than in Argentina, that is able to really avoid, I mean, the entry of these immigrants? Or there is a much more, I mean, this is a question, right? Or ideology here, and especially racism and anti-Semitism, is so central that it pushes these bureaucracies to work in ways that do not work in other contexts. Because I mean, I always, when I teach the issues of migration, I refer this anecdote of my grandfather as a kind of great thing that Argentina has, that is corruption, and that saved my family. I mean, he was able to bribe himself in through smuggling into the country. So the point is, I mean, the picture that emerges out of Mexico is a very problematic one. I mean, this combination of a very strong state and a state that is quite engaged in a racist policy. I mean, in practice and not only in theory. So anyway, that's my kind of question.
Okay, second question, Klaus-Dieter Krohn.
Yes, only a very small comment to your remark that Spanish refugees came to Mexico for political reasons. They had to flee for political reasons, while the Germans came as Jews to the New School. That is a very difficult question, because when we speak about Jewish refugees, that is mostly a definition of the Nazis. this self-understanding of that people are in most cases in another direction. I remember from the Mayflower group from the early days of the New School, all of the people defined themselves not as Jews. They had a Jewish family background, but themselves they defined as social, as you mentioned, as socialists or social democrats or liberals, but not as Jews. And I remember from one of the prominent people who told me that he was proud that he had lost his job as professor at the University of Frankfurt because of his political leanings, or not as a Jew.
Clara Lieder and Mr. Fleck.
Thank you. This is a question, in a way, to Daniela Glazer and a footnote for Ludger. I'll start with Daniela. I'm not sure if you can speak of an open door policy when talking about Mexican immigration laws. There were quotas, there were restrictions, there were very, very clear definitions of who could come in and who couldn't. In general, it was a closed-door policy. What Cárdenas was able to do with the Spanish immigrants, Emigrés, contrary to what happened to the Jewish population, was to go around those laws and dictate a policy of political asylum. That allowed people to come without having to go through the usual migration channels, getting special visas to enter the country. That wasn't possible with, it could have been possible, and it was possible with a very small number of European, Central European and French refugees, but it was really a very limited amount of people who came in under that policy from other countries. Also, perhaps one should take into consideration the fact that Mexico and the Spanish Republic had very intense and close links and associations even before the war broke out, and that closeness was a factor that Cárdenas used as a reminder to the Mexican population that he was receiving close allies and friends as well. So there is a difference also because Jews were apátridas. They had no longer any kind of legal adscription to a country because of the Nazi laws that had declared them non-German citizens or non-Austrian citizens. In that sense, Spaniards had a different category in terms of international law as well. I'm not saying that there wasn't any kind of preference for Spaniards rather than for Jews, but I'm saying that it's a more complex reason and a more complex attitude that has to be perhaps approached more historically with the purpose of understanding cultural affinities, political affinities, and also the processes of nation building, which for Cárdenas was essential in terms of educational and industrial development. That is why Spaniards were not so much into the agricultural areas, but were in the services and in the industrial sectors of the economy, those who came to Mexico. It would have to be somehow distinguished from the Jewish case, I think. In the case of Ludger, let me say that you mentioned Fernando de los Rios. Fernando de los Rios wasn't an exile in Mexico. He was an exile in the United States. As a matter of fact, he worked and taught at the New School for Social Research. He was the only Spaniard, as far as I know, who was hired by the New School, and he was a very distinguished jurist, a very distinguished political personality as well, and his adscription to the New School was really rather short-term because he died a few years after arriving into the States. Mexico, if he came to Mexico, he didn't come really as a political refugee. That's it.
Yeah. I want to continue Klaus' remarks. Question whether the early refugees from Germany should be seen, and in particular those who went to the new school, they were only dismissed from their jobs. They were not kept out of the country, so they took their passports and their citizenship. And most of them, if they have been professors before, get even pensions paid from the German state. Yeah, that's the point. And if you look at the founding of the new school, the time horizon of this founding was just an emergency plan. And the title of this committee, emergency committee, was in the initial phase, plan for 2, maximum 3 years. And the basic idea was all these people who were coming over to Manhattan will return to Germany after Hitler disappears. And the expectation was Hitler will stay for months or a year, not longer. And that's very crucial to understand the initial phases. This explains why particular people did not want to go as far away as New York and remained in London or Paris, much closer. Several, even people from the New School faculty, traveled back to Germany. No. More than one. They spent their vacations in Germany in the early years.
Okay. More questions, comments? There's one more comment or question, please.
Just very briefly, I can speak without the microphone. A question for you, Dr. Cruz, about Hannah Arendt's definition of a refugee and her rejection of the term as she understood it as somebody who had chosen a political position or an affiliation and was therefore pushed in exile. It seems to me that now we understand the term refugee to be much the idea that she rejected, which is that you don't choose your refugee by dint of your birth or your circumstances. So I wonder how you see the changes in the term refugee from the 1930s and certainly since the Refugee Convention in 1930. What role these exiled intellectuals had in changing.
Okay. Thank you very much for the comments and questions. I don't know how to begin with. Would you like to answer first, or because we have some questions for Daniela and one? No, there was no one, no explicit for you.
I'll make one more. Gladly answer.
Okay, I will try to answer in English, but if I can't, I will pass to Spanish. Regarding the question of Federico and Argentina, indeed, Argentina was the country that received most Jewish refugees from all Latin America. It received nearly 40,000, and Mexico 2,000. So It's true that Argentina had very restrictive immigration laws and anti-Semitic laws. Every country in Latin America had. We had like the same circular confidential or confidential prohibition of the entering of Jews in every country. But the situation of the countries were very different, and Argentina was a country of immigration, and that also had to do with receiving more refugees, and also because of corruption and other policies. And Mexico, until President Manuel Abela Camacho took power and its Ministry of Interior, that was Miguel Alemán, that was a very corrupt man. The entrance of Jews was very, very restricted, and 1940 to 1942 was a little more relaxed. But the question is very interesting because the idea is that Mexico was open, or was more open, or one of the most open countries in Latin America, and it is not true. It's one of the more restrictive. But I don't know if I answer your question. And regarding the question of Clara Lida, we have this discussion since many, many years. But I'm glad that we can still talk and discuss about this. And I don't think that this is a problem of laws. I don't think that, I know Mexico only had the category of political asylum, and because of that, it was supposed to receive only political refugees. But I don't think that was an impediment. I don't think it was a question of laws. I think when the government wanted to receive refugees, it could darle la vuelta, how do you say it? Turn around and make the way to receive. And one of the examples of this is that the children of Morelia, that were all children, came as political refugees. Or other groups of people that couldn't fit into the category of political asylum because there was the only. And furthermore, what I've seen from the documentation of the Mexican consulate Marseille is that a lot of political refugees, who were Jews, were refused entry because they were Jews and they could prove they were being persecuted because of their political activities. So the law was very, very flexible in one way or another. And of course, you have all the reason to say that with Spain, there were cultural, political affinities. And I just mentioned it very quickly because there wasn't time to profundize on them, but I'm plenty conscious about that. And also that there was no relationship with the previous relationship or cultural affinities or interest with the Jewish people as such. That's very true, but I hadn't time to profundize, too deep.
Details, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, well, concerning the questions Klaus-Dieter Krohn, Mr. Fleck, and Clara Lida put, well, Fernando de los Rios, this is just my fault. I read it in a context. I suppose that he also had a stay in Mexico. This is not the case.
Therefore, once the war was over, he remained in the States and was taken as a scholar of law into the university in exile and then the graduate center.
Okay. So,
he mentions in a couple of things that he wrote, he mentions that he travels a lot and especially Mexico. So
yeah, this is.
He was politically related to Federico Garcia Lorca, who had been killed. His daughter had married was a very important political as well as scholarly figure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that comment. And concerning the question of Klaus-Dieter Krohn, I think it's very roughly spoken to distinguish Spanish emigration as based on political persecution and the German emigration at the very beginning in 1933 as based on ethnic persecution. I would agree with this, or I would agree with the need to differentiate this very rough picture. But in general, I think it's a question of self-ascription and ascription by others. Politics of belonging and naming and the markers of who define citizenship, ethnic groupings, etc., could be self-defined by people as claims making, etc., but they also could be defined by others. And I think in the case of 1933 in Germany, it actually was mainly ethnically based with this law I mentioned, ethnically based, formally not self-ascribed, but ethnically based dismissal of thousands. And this, from my reading, I'm not a specialist historian, but from my reading, this was not only extinguishing a job facility or employment possibility, but also economic ground for people in general. As far as I know, most of them, most of the dismissed in 33 with this, based on this law, lost not only the jobs, but also their pensions, and also lost, for instance, the right to publish as scientists. And with this, it was, let's say, it was the substance the essential basis of their living in general that was destroyed by the Nazi law, which was based on an ethnic definition of Jews. And therefore, this makes a difference to the Spanish case, I think. Independently of the need to differentiate each case. But it's exactly what your question was. When Hannah Arendt says, I don't feel a normal refugee, this is exactly because she was expelled, or she felt expelled, not because of having committed any activity, political, or although she was politically very active and went to prison for 2 weeks, I think, in 33 already. So, but she did not feel being expelled because of her political activities, but because of being Jews. Jew as a ascription by the Nazi regime. And obviously, most of those expelled in the first wave did not primarily perceive themselves as Jews. Many of them felt like socialists or social democrats, as scientists, etc. Even perhaps didn't know exactly that they, or remember that they were Jews as a citizenship status. So I think we have to differentiate these different self-ascriptions of people and ascriptions by others, and politics of belonging. And this is what I also found when I spoke with a lot of people, Pablo and others, Francisco Zapata and Fernando Cortés and others who came to Mexico during the 1970s. When I asked them, well, you feel as a refugee? They say, no, I'm not a refugee. I'm a normal labor migrant. And I arrived after the coup of Pinochet, but I entered Mexico with a normal labor contract and employment agreement, so I entered not as a refugee, but as a normal labor migrant. So I think, for me, the term forced migrant would be perhaps a neutral general term for these different kinds of people who feel themselves as refugees or are formally refugees because of having been forcefully expelled, or who just went out before, a little bit before. We will see this with some scientists who left already in 1932, for instance, to the United States, and then stayed over there. But it makes a difference, I think, to those, in this terms, being a refugee or exiled person, to those who went out by indirect force or because of having left all their economic possibilities of finding employment in Germany. And this was, for me, the case based on those expelled from the civil service in Germany, which did not automatically mean that they were not allowed to do any job in Germany formally. But if we take seriously what Sascha Möbius explained as the context of from the very beginning of the 1930s in Germany, I think it was actually, and in real life, almost destroying their economic life. This would be my point. So I think Hannah Arendt's confession deals exactly with this tension between self-ascription and ascription by others. And I think the next panel will focus on these kinds of dynamic identities and belongings, etc., by the people themselves and by others. Clara? Or?
Well, I would like to say something about Mexico. The category of refugee did not exist in Mexico until the end of the 20th century. Mexico never signed agreements about refugees until the 1990s. The only category that Mexico had was either immigrants or asylum granting members. It was meant also as a way of preventing Central American refugees because of political situations, to enter the country and claim for the status of refugee. So, in fact, that was a very clear and severe differentiation made by the Mexican laws and the Mexican government. That may have something to do with what happened to Jews, who were essentially considered refugees, internationally speaking. And then maybe there's one point where we can agree, Daniela, we have agreed on many others, but it's a question of being politically correct. And yet, one should say that probably Mexico had a strong streak of anti-Semitism. And that was a reality that we cannot avoid mentioning. It was a fact, it is a fact, even today, I would say, and xenophobia is part of is still a fact and a reality of Mexican culture towards foreigners. So while I think Daniela tried to avoid the word and the idea, it has also to be taken into account. Hispanophobia was also true in Mexico, and it had been true for many, many centuries. But in the case of the Republicans, because the old immigrant group of Spaniards who settled in Mexico before the 30s had been very supportive of the Franco regime, for the Cárdenas government, the Spaniards who were Republicans were allies and not enemies. In that sense, there was a specific political and ideological distinction that has to also to be kept in mind between the old immigrants and the new Emigrés, to say it with a different word. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Yawan, Federico?
No, a question, perhaps, I mean, basically, the question is born out of my own ignorance on the topic, but I wonder which was the refugee policy, particularly for intellectuals of the Spanish Republic itself, between, before the Spanish Civil War. I mean, the Spanish Republic was famous for accepting fighters. I wonder whether it was also famous for accepting intellectuals to teach in Spanish universities. My point is that, I don't know the answer, although I'm tempted to say that no, probably was not as open as we might presume. The question, to me, like being a Latin Americanist and certainly not a Mexicanist, what emerges is part of a new trend, I think. That we are finally able to discuss the Cárdenas government historically rather than mythically, because this is the famous as, particularly when you learn about this in countries like Argentina, this is the good guy in all the Latin American terrible 30s. And the more we learn about this, the more we learn about, for example, his particular ascription to party politics rather than, for example, people being killed by thugs under the Ávila Camachos in their state. And here, we know now that Cárdenas was always privileging party politics versus what we might call now human rights. So the question is, again, this is to me, as being a foreigner to this, literally, but also to this historiography, it's always amazing how, we are having finally, I think, a more, let's say, complex view of the Cárdenas government with all the good things that we know, but also some issues that in a way make it more Latin American and less particular or even peculiar. So for me, that's something that emerges out of this discussion. I'm saying this from let's say, more than from my lack of knowledge rather than knowledge itself. But the question is whether we are talking about, because once we see that let's say, continuities and similarities between Cárdenas and, let's say, the corrupt governments in Argentina in the 30s or other governments, again, very politically distinguishing in themselves, then we might approach the Spanish Republic as well in that dimension. Was the Spanish Republic also as open as later Mexico, for example, was with its intellectuals? Okay. And anyway.
Okay, I don't know if somebody wants to answer to this question, because we could interchange ideas during our lunch right now, if you want. I think it's very interesting. For instance, the US American government had a very hostile attitude towards Jewish people, socialists and communists, because all those coming from Europe were considered to be either Jewish or politically suspicious. So I think there's a difference to the Mexican government, independently of the differentiations, which perhaps we should introduce. Okay, so if there's no more question or comment, I would invite all of you to have lunch right now, and we will see us here at 3, okay? So thank you very much for your attention.
Su name
Doch, doch.
Du hast eine.
Ja,
Okay, dann über den Mund hertreten. Wer ist denn der Erste? Bin ich der Erste oder du?
du bist der Erste. Aber hast du deine Installation schon gemacht?
Ich habe irgendwas gemacht, ja. Du noch nicht?
Nee, das muss vorher gemacht. Ja, so steht da draußen noch.
¿Tú vas a presentar a todos de un golpe o uno por uno? Porque aquí se hace el único
Bueno,
que lo que hicieron esta mañana.
que porque una...
Presentaron a
Sí.
todos y nadie se acordó de quién era.
No, me parece mejor así, ¿no? Voy a presentar a uno por
Me
uno.
parece más lógico.
Wo sind wir?
¿Esto de quién es? Del señor este.
Recién me compré.
Me lo hubieras pedido y te lo daba, querido.
Pero voy a pedir que me lo firme.
Sí, abrir eso. ¿Sabes cómo haces? Le doblas lo doblas fuerte. No,
Ahí.
permíteme.
Sí, buena idea, ¿no? Es lo que hice.
Sí, porque te rompe el plástico entonces.
Perfecto.
Revienta. ¿A ti te cambiaron la K por CH
Sí,
en la Argentina? ¿A tu
a mi
familia?
abuelo. Pero en realidad como mi abuelo era, bueno, es de Besarabia, de la actual...
Sí. Rumania.
Bueno, sí.
Sí.
O sea, ahora es un país, ¿no? O
Sí,
sea,
sí,
pero,
sí, sí, sí.
O semi-país, Moldavia, pero
Sí.
es cierto, era parte de
Sí.
Rumania en ese momento.
Sí.
Y ahí se pronunciaba con CH. O sea, que hay
Claro,
otros.
porque era como el italiano o el latín.
Claro.
Claro.
Entonces, o sea, exacto. Entonces cuando voy a Italia lo pronuncian perfecto. Porque-
Yo tengo una gran amiga argentina, porque hice el bachillerato ahí, que se llamaba Berdichevsky, decían las maestras. En realidad era Berdichevsky.
y lo cambiaron, pero ahí sí lo cambiaron, ¿no? O sea,
No, lo dejaron con la misma
Pronunciación.
escritura, pero la pronunciaban patas arriba.
Claro. No, y termina siendo un apellido distinto, porque hay muchos con K, pero pocos con CH, casi nadie.
claro.
Como le decía yo, abuelo, me pasó, yo no tengo Facebook, por ejemplo, no tengo eso.
Yo tampoco.
Pero
sí.
alguien, o sea, hace unos años vi una cosa rarísima, que había una cuenta a mi nombre.
Ajá.
Entonces yo escribí a esta compañía para decir que yo no autorizaba eso, no sé, una cosa rarísima. Pero entonces un estudiante cuando le conté la letra me decía, bueno, quizás es otro. Le digo, te puedo asegurar que no hay nadie con este nombre, porque el con CH es muy raro, más un nombre en español todavía más raro, y no es un nombre tampoco, digo, no es tan exótico, pero tampoco es el más común de los nombres. Entonces digo, la combinación, yo digo, estoy seguro que no hay nadie, o sea, porque es...
Sí, no es usual, claro, por eso cuando lo vi dije, sí, o se
Tiene
lo
que ser
cambiaron en la
argentino,
aduana,
sí.
en inmigración, o venía así de Europa.
Mi abuelo dice que venía así.
Venía
O sea,
así
decía
porque es
eso.
que.
Claro,
Finkelstein,
claro. Por eso en Italia, como
Sí,
decía,
sí,
me encanta
sí.
que lo pronuncien
Te
bien.
sientes en casa.
Y en Estados Unidos es terrible porque
Sí.
ellos a veces
Te
pronuncian
llaman
Fincherstein,
Finkelstein.
y no lo soporto.
Es que los Stein no pueden
Yo no lo
pronunciar
soporto.
Stein.
Y yo digo Stein, siempre, y ahí
Sí,
termino
claro.
diciendo Stein, mientras que en Argentina es Fincherstein. En Argentina decimos Fincherstein.
Sí,
Pero
sí.
en Estados Unidos, cuando me preguntan cómo presentar, yo digo Finkelstein. Y bueno, volvemos al origen del apellido.
Dijiste que tus abuelos llegaron en el 15 a la Argentina.
No, mi abuelo llegó en la década del 30.
Tan tarde.
Sí. O sea, de parte de mi papá. De mi mamá, mi abuela, que está viva, ayer cumplió 106. Ella nació en Argentina.
Fantástico. ¿También venía de Besarabia originalmente?
No, ellos de Galicia. Pero ella nació en Argentina.
¿Galicia, España o
No,
Galicia?
Galicia. Sí.
No, de repente. Sí.
Era Galicia del otro lado.
Sí.
Pero ella es la única de mis 4 abuelos que nació en Argentina. Y es la única que está viva. Y ayer cumplió 106. Está en Buenos Aires. Pero bueno, mi otra abuela vino en el 35. Y de hecho vino el día que murió Gardel. Entonces ella contaba una
Se
cosa
encontró
rarísima.
con un funeral
Sí,
general.
dice que bajó del barco y la gente lloraba por la calle. Y entonces dice, ¿pero qué? ¿A dónde
Se
llegué?
están recibiendo.
No, sí, pero era rarísimo, dice, la gente llorando por la calle. ¿Sabes esas cosas. Bueno, y ella había nacido en Viena, justamente. O sea, se preguntó en Europa Central. Porque la familia no era vienesa, sino que era de
centro europeo, de distintos lugares.
Sí.
La mía también, pero en realidad eran sobre todo galicianos.
¿De quiénes?
Los míos.
Ah, los. Pero no sabía, Lida.
Es un apellido judío.
No sabía.
Pero es el nombre de una ciudad en Lituania, en la ex Lituania del siglo XVIII, que luego pasó a ser Bielorrusia.
No
Y
sabía.
todavía hay una ciudad Lida que se escribe así, es decir, no con Y y W
Bueno,
como en
y
Israel.
típico del lugar, ¿no?
Claro,
Topográfico.
sí. Y bueno, pero mis abuelos emigraron a la Argentina en 1908-9.
Claro. Bueno, mi otro
Tengo una
abuelo.
abuela de Galicia, España. Entonces,
También,
por eso
de las
mi
dos
música
Galicias.
llega de los cuatro costados.
Qué lindo. We start or? Okay, perfect. Okay, welcome to the second session of this conference. I'm Federico Finkelstein. I teach history at the New School, and I will be the moderator in this panel. So I will present each author, each presenter individually. But first, I would like to say, just as a kind of preamble to the individual presentations, that I think if we read like these authors that are here, like we may have accomplished an important dimension of our task of getting into the historiography and the approaches to the histories of exiles that we are discussing today. So it's really like an immense honor and pleasure to be presenting these authors today. Okay, thank you. And so the first of our presenters is Professor Dr. Christian Fleck. He's a professor at the Department of Sociology at the University of Graz in Austria. He has held extremely prestigious positions, such as being the president of the Austrian Sociological Association. And he has also been the co-founder of the Bureau of Social Research in Graz. He has held a very prestigious visiting professorships in many places, including the École de Haute Études, University of California, Berkeley, as well as Harvard University. And he's the author, and here, forgive my German pronunciation, but I will do my best. He's the author of Etablierung in der Fremde, Vertriebene Wissenschaftler in den USA nach, 1933, which was actually published in 2015, sorry. He's also the author of A Transatlantic History of the Social Science, Robert Barron's The Third Reich and the Invention of Empirical Social Research, which was published in London in 2011. And he's also the author of Transatlantische Verreicherungen. Okay? Verreicherungen, which was published with the extremely prestigious publisher Surkamp in 2007. In addition, he has been the editor of many edited books as well. So please join me in welcoming Professor Fleck. American style.
Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for this conference. And I will take the mic. What I want to present here in about 40 minutes is kind of a social structure of Emigrés scholars. And this means that what I want to do is to put the Nazi refugees in context, so to speak. So what are the main points of my presentation or my thesis? The first point is these Nazi refugees were a completely different type of refugees, migrants, to all other groups of migrants in the present time. So it might have been different in the antiques, but at least in modern times, this was very unusual. Even if you compare the Nazi refugees with the refugees from the Bolshevik Revolution, you will see that there is a difference. Secondly, we should take into account that the border regimes and the immigration laws were very different to our present-day situation. So you are definitely familiar with the present-day border regimes where everyone can be identified completely and more or less to truth. Back in the 30s, it was much easier to enter a country with papers which were not true. So you could claim to be the citizen of a particular country, and if the passport was good enough made, you could even apply for the American citizenship afterwards. With this story, I refer to the famous economist Albert Hirschman, who came to the US with a passport claiming that his name is Albert Otto Hirschman, citizen of Estonia. So forged documents. Nowadays, it's much more difficult. Second point, with regard to the border regime, the control of the borders was not as definitely as today or in later days. So up to the start of World War II, it was, nevertheless, it was relatively easy to enter a foreign country. So even the United Kingdom did have not a border control outside of their country. So you could enter the islands, and only if you wanted to stay there for a longer period on a legal base, it might have become difficult. So we do have a lot of stories of people who went with forged documents or faked affidavits successfully into immigration. The third point is for the academic refugees. The United States were the main country of destination, and therefore my presentation will focus primarily on the US. And in the United States, we find in this period particular opportunities for these incoming people, these refugees or whatever you might call them, because of a social structural factor which usually is not taken into account in all this historical literature on the refugees, the expanding higher education sector in the United States, which means that in this debate on concepts and the right usage of language, most of these refugees became finally migrants and not exiled people. And I will give you some instances later on. So let's start with the first point, the social composition. This is a table. There is no need to go into the details. What you see is several occupational groups. All together, you can say they form what you call in English educated classes, or in this German term Bildungsbürgertum. So people making a social distinction by their education titles, more or less. And you see the overall number in these occupations, and in some, they are approximately 0.3% of the population. So a very tiny share of the population builds these educated classes, which became the prime target of the Nazi expulsion policies. You see in the right column an approximation of the percentage of victims in particular occupational groups. So medical doctors have been hit harder than higher civil servants and judges. Why? Very simple. Medical doctor was a so-called free occupation, which allowed Jews to become members of this occupation, whereas higher civil servant positions were much heavier secured against the influx of new groups. The same is true for lawyers. Lawyer was an occupation relatively open for Jews, and it is even the case for the university professors. So the anti-Semitism did not work perfectly, so to speak. So Jewish professors could enter the professorship. So that's Germany. And since, not only since I'm coming from Austria, there is a difference. And let me put it in one sentence. This avoiding, or this plea for avoiding methodological nationalism is fine, but there are still nation states and nation cultures, and they do have some influence and do have some consequences. And what you see here is just 3 groups out of this total of 6 in before for the Austrian population. And these 3 groups alone count for 0.2% of the whole population. So if we go back, you see, I exclude high school teachers, clergymen, because there haven't been any Protestant clergymen around in Austria, and so on. Why? For a simple reason. For Austria, we do have census data for the year 1934, and there is, the Nazis took a census in 1939. So within 5 years, we can make comparisons of the size of particular occupations. And what you see in the right column is the difference, so the loss of people within 5 years, and you can more or less say that's attributable to the influence of the Nazis takeover in 1938. So they forced medical doctors, lawyers, solicitors, and also this not very well-defined group, but it's in the statistics of writers, journalists, and others out of their occupation. What does this mean? This means that the rise of Nazism and the following refugee scholar problematic shows highly disparate sizes for this educated middle class in Germany compared with Austria. To give you just some indications, if you take the overall population at this time, so the relationship between Austria and Germany is 1 to 10. And if you apply this ratio to different other groups, you see that Austrians did have more students at this time than the Germans. Why? Very simple. The small, tiny Austria was the survivor of the large Habsburg Empire. And inside the large Habsburg Empire, the universities were located near the center in the German-speaking countries, which then became the small Austria. And therefore, we did have more students there. More students means more potential victims of any purchase. So if you try to measure this educated middle class, it's larger in Austria. It has been larger in Austria. And we did have also more university professors. Why? Not because our higher education system was more democratic or more open or whatever else, but for the same reason. The small Republic of Austria was the ear of the large monarchy, and the large monarchy did have a lot of professors. Some of them were located very east in a city then called Czernowitz, and the professors of the University of Czernowitz can, at the end of World War I, decide whether they would become Romanian citizens, which meant they had to learn Romanian, or they could go to Vienna and get a pension out of the Austrian taxpayer. Interestingly enough, if you try to compare the numbers of dismissed professors in 1933 and the following years in Germany and 38 in Austria, the Austrian universities have been hit it harder than the German universities. In this point, it's relatively easy to explain why this difference happened. In Austria, we did have a dictatorship before Hitler took over Austria. It's still a little bit controversial whether it was a dictatorship or just an authoritarian regime or whatever. At least it suppressed particular people and forbid left-wing parties and trade unions and things like this. But they did have people supporting this regime, and all these supporters of this Ständestaat, this Catholic regime, were dismissed when the Nazis took over power out of political reasons, not for any other reasons. In the years 25 to 40, the American Rockefeller Foundation distributed fellowships to European applicants too. And the interesting thing is that more Austrians got these fellowships than the Germans, which, at least to my reading, did have some consequences later on for the refugee problematic. Most of these Rockefeller Fellows spent their fellowship year in the US. Some Germans did use it in Europe, but all those who went to the United States in before did have some experience. They could build up their careers afterwards, which then contributes to a smaller size of people in need to get support, financial support by these refugee help organizations in the US, in particular this emergency committee. So the emergency committee did not favor the Germans, but did pay more money to German applicants than to Austrian applicants. So much to the difference between these two German-speaking countries. Later on, in most countries who took over or accepted immigrants, neither the states nor the population nor the colleagues made any difference. So the Austrians became Germans officially in 1938 and became part of the German immigration population. Let's now have a look on the development of immigration to the United States. What you see here are two developments. The one is the overall immigration, and the other one, the lower one, this one, is the immigration of so-called professionals. Professionals is, again, a statistical definition of occupations. What you can see is that from 1930 onwards, the share of professionals getting access to the United States increased. And the refugee immigrants were part of this immigration population. Next supporting statistics is a comparison of students in a ratio for 100,000 inhabitants. You do have from 1920, 1950, 1970 to 2000, different increasing numbers. And the one which increases very early has been the United States. So that's just the overall picture. Mexico is not in this data included, I apologize. To simplify it for three countries, you have here Germany, Austria, and the United States, and you see the development of students in absolute numbers. So if there are more students around, then you need more teachers. Very simple. and this has been the job opportunity for the immigrants with an academic background. There are a lot of stories people told later on that they didn't expect much when they entered the United States and were very surprised that at the end of their career there were full professors at some very respected universities when they expected only to probably become high school teachers or something like this. So Louis Cosa is an example for this story. Is this true for the whole population of immigrants? Yes or no? What you see here is a table taken out from one of the very earliest studies on refugees in America, a report which has been done by people who in the earlier days were related to some of these refugee help organizations, and Maurice Davey is an American sociologist who published this. What you see here is a comparison of the occupational status before and after coming to the United States. And what you see is an upward mobility of 36% overall, which means 1/3 of the immigrants experienced within a relatively short period of time an upward mobility after leaving a country and taking refuge in another country. The study came out in 1947, which means the data are from 1945-46. So within 8 to 10 years to 12 years, this highly tremendous increase happened, and at least 2/3 of them did not experience any downward mobility. So there is in the literature on exile and German exile, German-speaking exile, a lot of stories about dishwashing and meager jobs and things like this. But if they happened, they were transitional experiences, very short transitional experiences. And you can go into more details by comparing particular groups, occupational groups, and you see a relative clear picture that the so-called professional workers, which would include all academics, if they are not of different, no, in this case, all academics would be professional workers. So 67% of them remained professional workers after their coming to the United States. And we find only very few instances of different trajectories. A little bit different is the situation for the women. So you see the number of housewives has been very large in this group of people, and they remained to 60% housewives after their coming to the United States, which puts, again, some of the stories, at least with a question mark afterward. So, could there be any mistakes in this study? Yes. It is not a strictly random sample of the immigrants because there would not be a chance to select a random sample. It's relatively well done, technically speaking. So I would argue that the overall picture is good enough to be taken as near the truth or even true. I did my own comparison for a group of some 700 social scientists from German-speaking countries and compared these by subdividing this group in subgroups. What you see here is on the very right, the German non-Jewish non-Emigrés. So these are people who remained in Germany under Nazi dictatorship, and they got their PhD at the age of 26 point something, and the next step, the second doctorate, the habilitation, at the age of 35, which is relatively big difference between these two steps. And these have been people not affected by anything besides some political differences. The second column are the Austrians with the same background. So they didn't go into exile. They got their doctorate a little bit earlier, and they climbed up to the second doctorate also a little bit earlier. And then you have 4 groups of Emigrés, and the third one in the middle are German non-Jewish Emigrés. Then came German Jewish Emigrés, and then you have Austrian non-Jewish Emigrés and Austrian Jewish Emigrés. And what you can see is the average age of getting the doctorate becomes lower and lower. So the Austrian Jews got their doctorate much earlier than the Austrian non-Jewish people. And if they got a habilitation before they left the country, they achieved it earlier. This does not say much, but it is a hint for some of the anti-Semitic moods in the Aryan majority. And this anti-Semitic mood did have some empirical base. So they thought about the Jews as the brighter people, and therefore they wanted to kick them out. Is this true for additional careers? Yes and no. Here you see a comparison between, in this case, the remainders, the so-called home guards, people who remained in Germany and Austria under Nazi rule, and you get 3 steps of career. In the US, it's assistant professor, associate professor, full professor. And you do have a similar distinction in the German and Austrian system. So becoming a docent, an extraordinarius, and an ordinarius is comparable. And the age is 36.7, 41.4, and 47.2. So at the age of 47.2, half of those who remained in Germany or Austria became finally full professors. Yeah? So that's the average. And now you can compare them with Emigrés. And on the right side, you see the complete opposite group. Emigrés with their career in exile, which means more or less in the United States. So they got their first job a little bit later than those who remained in Austria or Germany, but they climbed up to the highest position a year before the rest who remained back in Nazi Germany. And the groups in between are just additional subdivisions. So those who returned to Europe, primarily to Germany, there have not been many returnees to Austria, did have a much slower career, either in exile or after return. So what does this mean? My suggestion would be that we should look at refugee intellectuals by looking at different levels, different indicators, and see that several indicators might have different consequences. So just to give you an interpretation of this table, if we take the age of people, it's relatively clear, and it's proven by a huge number of documents, that the younger an emigree, the easier he or she can adapt. So this means if someone is very old at the moment when he or she enters into a new country, the adaptation is relatively unusual and not very proper. But there are also some personality traits. And you can call it openness as a personality trait. So everyone knows people with a very closed, tunnel-like view on the world. Yeah? With such an attitude to the world, it might be difficult to get a new environment, even in your horizon. And if time would allow, I would go to some more points, just to take out one or two. If someone experienced particular degradation before getting into exile, so beating up, or as your picture from Munich, yeah, going within poster through your own city, yeah, that's a highly degrading experience. This makes a difference to someone who can escape the country without getting tortured or anything like this. Another one is the self-identification. I would argue that there is a big difference if someone sees himself or herself during his whole lifetime as a German in exile, in parentheses, or as an ex-German, or as an American with German roots. Someone mentioned Fritz Stern. I would argue Fritz Stern remained a German in exile. His colleague from Columbia University, Peter Gay, nearly the same age, nearly the same experience of getting into exile, immediately not only changed his name from Peter Fröhlich to Peter Gay, but became an American citizen and did not go back to Germany for very, very long years and did not want to have to do anything with Germany. This makes a difference between people with their adaptation potential for their establishment after going into exile. So let me conclude. One could argue that the German-speaking refugee scholars were forced into a better future with regard to their occupational status. Just a simple indicator, in the year 1955, there was one Austrian professor holding a chair in sociology, my own discipline. But you can identify up to nearly 50 former Austrians holding a similar chair in the US higher education system, which means if Hitler would have come into existence, 49 of them would not have a chance to become professors in Austria for very simple reasons. There was only one chair. So migration and going into exile has been an opportunity which has been grabbed by many with both hands. This does not deny that several people did not succeed, and some committed suicide, probably for reasons related to their experiences, and so I would not deny that there have been some losers, but the majority have been winners. So the famous dishwasher stories are the exception, and we should take them as exceptions, both in the literature and in the analysis. From a comparative perspective, and even if we do this huge comparisons to our present day, it has been a happy story which happened only there in the US for several reasons, and the most crucial reason is that today refugees are unknown to us. I do not know any Syrian colleague or Afghanistan colleague or someone else, and the same is true for most others in academic positions. Whereas some of these refugees from the Nazi period have been familiar names for people in the US, and without the help of mentors, without the help of people living in the country in which you emigrate, success would not happen. And all those who did not get the support of mentors did not succeed in their stories. Thanks.
Our next presenter is Professor Dr. Klaus Dieter Krohn. So I will say it again. Our next presenter is Professor Dr. Klaus Dieter Krohn. He's a retired professor of modern history at the Leuphana University in Lüneburg, Germany. He is, this is very important for people like me because I teach at the New School, and he's the author of the book that all faculty that arrive to the New School read, which is a book entitled Intellectuals in Exile, Refugee Scholars and the New School for Social Research, which was published both in German and English. In English by the University of Massachusetts Press in 1993. He's also the co-editor of the Handbuch der Deutsches, sorry for my German, Pragigen Emigration from 1933 to 1945, which was published in 1998, and also the Biographisches Handbuch der Deutsches Pragigen, okay, this is difficult, Wissenschaften,
Wirtschaftswissenschaftler, Economist.
Okay, Wirtschaftswissenschaftlichen Emigration nach 1933, and it was published in 1999. So join me in welcoming Professor Krohn.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to be here. Older fighters in arms from the early fronts of the exile research, but special thanks goes to Ludger Priest for his invitation. I hesitated in the first phase to come here because it's a long time ago that I did research about this topic, but the comparative aspect you have in mind is so interesting that I could not withstand with this. My topic will be the New School for Social Research with its population, intellectual population, which brought special intellectual transfers and accompanied by a highly different process of self-reflection. With the University in Exile founded under its roof in 1933, the New School for Social Research in New York, here's a picture of the old building, became a unique institution within the American community of science and the focal point of trends that should be remembered in the present times of flight and enforced migration. Due to the expulsion from Nazi socialist Germany, it developed to a central point of refuge for a small elite whose intellectual transfer to the United States occurred at the right place, in the right time, and with the right messages, above all in support of the gigantic social and economic reform program of the new American President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who had come into office that same year in early 1933, some days before Hitler took power in Germany. The University in Exile started its work with 14 immigrants In fall 1933, by 1945, it had already enlisted more than 170 immigrants working as teachers who had fled from different European countries, especially after the beginning of World War II. The group of German immigrants at the university in exile was only a minority, yet it represented the almost 3,000 scholars who had been expelled from Germany, a number that amounted to about 20% of the entire German university staff, of which about more than 1,200 individuals had fled to the United States. Due to their social political qualifications, however, these scholars featured an extraordinary profile that fitted well and encouraged their speedy acculturation in the United States. The following factors are of importance in this context. Point one, the worldwide unresolved economic and social effects of World War I that culminated in the Great Depression after 1929 and in the modernization experiment of the Soviet Union. The emergent fascist regimes in Central Europe also brought a new perspective on society in Western industrial countries. Point two, the anti-crisis program developed by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the New Deal, had promoted an increase in the demand for specialists who would be able to give contours to this approach to state interventionist social and economic politics as yet unknown to the United States. Both the New Deal and the work of the British economist John Maynard Keynes initiated a fundamental paradigm shift in the theoretical discussions of the 1930s, which led to a new understanding of the state as regulative factor in social dynamics. This discussion was given important analytical moves by the German scholars, in particular, who had been shaped by the tradition of the regulative role of the public administration in their home country. Point three, it was not only due to philanthropism or pronounced protest against National Socialism that far-sighted Americans committed themselves to saving their refugees in the academic field, despite the economic crisis with its high rates of unemployment in their own country and at their own universities. A more decisive factor was a national interest in bringing over to the country an extraordinary and lasting intellectual potential for the country's own scientific culture without any additional costs. This shows the often quoted remark by the director of the New York Institute of Fine Art in 1933, quote, "Hitler is my best friend, he shakes a tree and I collect the apples," unquote. Another aspect was that during the 1930s, the newcomers could contribute to breaking up the widespread isolationism prevailing in the American public. We have to keep in mind that the United States had withdrawn from Europe and from world politics after the First World War without signing the Paris Peace Treaty. Point four, most of the refugee intellectuals were from the younger generation, which had promoted the new natural and social sciences in Germany during the 1920s. In the socio-political field, they searched for new theoretical and political instruments in the new republic after the shock of the First World War and the related breakdown of the old imperial order. Simultaneously, they were contributing to the stabilization of the first German democracy, which was constantly threatened by crisis from an action-oriented political perspective. So these people often were labeled in the literature as political scholars. It is remarkable that many of these young scholars came from assimilated Jewish families against the background of the traditional marginalization and the subsequent broken emancipation and assimilation of the 19th century. They seem to have developed the sociological view par excellence. The intellectual commitment of these scholars showed the shift from until widespread, extensive, closed theoretical constructs. This mainstream approach was hardly apt to analytically grasp the dynamic growing complexity of modern industrial mass societies or to provide solutions for its conflicts. Much more in demand were valid real analysis that could be handled politically and that was determined by the interdisciplinary view of society's totality. Point 5, it was this pragmatism which allowed those active younger scholars, most of whom had left to Germany, from Germany in 1933 and after, to link up with the scientific community in the United States. This is exemplified by the business cycle research and growth analysis, which parted from the prevailing static conceptions of balance and market economies, and which included the technological structure in the analysis of industrial dynamics of growth. In that, it's going far beyond the approach of the British economist John Maynard Keynes, who argued only cyclically. Point 6, all these scholars represented that specific Weimar culture which in the United States was to be identified with innovative critical culture and social analysis open to modernism. The way they combined research on modern industrial growth, on modern mass society and its culture, with both the sociological analysis of its risk and their personal political position linked to democracy, was both original and interdisciplinary. The interpretative power of their research, however, could only fully develop in the pragmatic and empirical American science culture. The Roosevelt Revolution of the New Deal played a highly important role in their reception. On the other hand, the New Deal promoted a change in awareness and a learning process among the Emigrés scholars of left-wing liberal and social democratic leanings who had been shocked by the downfall of the Weimar Republic. The New Deal demonstrated that the worldwide economic crisis did not necessarily have to lead to an authoritarian regime as it done in Germany. Point 7, without organized financial support in huge dimensions, the speedy integration and further career of the refugees in the United States would not have been possible. In this process, the many philanthropic foundations, so typical of American civil society, played a leading role. Its distinguishing mark was a close combination of charity and pragmatically oriented personal interest. The high esteem of German science was openly linked with the admission that the support for the German scholars was meant to promote the American culture. Many American universities had been founded in the 19th century on the German model, and quite a few of the American scholars had studied in Germany, which before 1933 had been a leading country of science. In this context, the Rockefeller Foundation is to be mentioned. It had already developed its own rescue program as early as the spring of 1933, in addition to several spontaneously founded rescue committees. With its direct support, its extensive staff of experts, also in Europe, and its extraordinary financial possibilities, this foundation became one of the most important agencies working in refugee relief. Without its support, especially its funding of salaries for the scholars to be placed in order not to burden the university budgets, this cultural transfer could not have been carried out so easy. The Rockefeller Foundation provided about 2/3 of the total funds that were needed for refugees to the United States at that time. The new school, too, has profited continuously from that commitment. It was not by chance that the director of the small new school for social research in New York, Alvin Johnson, initiated the university in exile for refugee scholars. The new school had been founded shortly after World War I by prominent Americans, among them celebrities such as the historian Charles Burt, the philosopher John Dewey, or the sociologist Thorstein Veblen, on the German model as an institution of adult education. And this school was leftist, as can be seen in a mural of Orozco in the cafeteria, and I think this may be the visual link to our Mexican affairs here at the conference. Johnson himself was an economist and as co-editor of the renowned left-liberal journal New Republic, he was one of those committed to the New Deal. As co-editor, too, of the Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, which had been published in 1930, he knew personally most of the German scholars affected by the dismissals. For the Encyclopedia had not only been conceived on the model of the German Handwörterbuch der Staatswissenschaften. A large part of its contributions had actually been written by German authors whom Johnson had recruited on his many journeys to Europe during the 1920s, and whom he then, not by coincidence, took on at the New School in 1933 and after. 1 year after its foundation, the university in exile became the graduate faculty of political and social science with full academic rights. With the beginning of the year 1934, this institution also started publishing its own journal, Social Research, which, with its co-editor, its authors, and the topics chosen, developed more or less into a sequel to the important German Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft, Archive of Social Sciences, which had been prohibited by the Nazis in 1933. As had been expected by the New Dealer Johnson, economics and sociology became the key areas in both teaching and research at the university in exile. Here, Emil Lederer from Heidelberg and others continued their research on theories of growth and business cycles based, as pointed out before, on the structure analytical observations surpassing Keynes. They were supplemented by the financial analysis of Gerhard Kolm, who in his important studies had proven the stabilizing effects I hear it. The stabilizing function of public budgets as a third element besides producers and consumers. Since there had as yet never been a well-grounded financial debate in the United States without the tradition of state intervention in economics, the groundbreaking significance of Kolm studies was soon to be acknowledged, so that immediately after his naturalization in 1938, he was appointed to the budget office in Washington. Oh. I have a picture of Kolm, but it disappeared, sorry. From there, from Washington, from the office of the budget, he started a flash career which led him to the staff of personal consultants directly to the president. And in this function, he played an important role in the new analysis of national accounts starting during the war, and also in the Full Employment Act of 1946, the Magna Carta, and simultaneously the concluding document of the New Deal. His colleague, the well-known American economist John Kenneth Galbraith, even identified Kolm as one of the leaders in this work. The Full Employment Act aimed at a noiseless management of the transition from wartime to peacetime economy. It included, for example, the GI Bill, which offered soldiers returning home a place at universities to prevent tensions on the labor market. A similar career was made by Jacob Marshak, the former engineer who had been born in Kiev and in his very early years had been already minister in the short-lived Republic of Terek, today's Chechnya. In 1917-18, after the October Revolution, had to flee to Germany during the Russian Civil War. There he had become a student of Lederers and had qualified as professor of economics at Heidelberg in 1931. Following his first as a second immigration in 1933, he initially founded the Institute of Statistics at Oxford University before joining the New School in 1938. There, his seminars on econometrics, mathematical economics, soon caused such a sensation that even prominent colleagues from neighboring universities were drawn to them. In 1943, Marshak was made director to the so-called Coles Commission of Research in Economics at the University of Chicago. At this top-class think tank, numerous younger scientists, by now also from other European countries that had been occupied by the German Wehrmacht, were working at the mathematical formalization of complex economic correlations. From today's standpoint, the significance of this group may be seen that quite a few of its members were later awarded the Nobel Prize, which has also been granted to economists since 1968. Because of his important role as co-founder of the mathematical economics beside Ragnar Frisch from Norway, Marshak in 1976 was elected president of the American Economic Association, but a sudden death prevented this job. In last years, this approach of mathematical economics as toolbox economy did become rather obsolete. It belonged to the spirit of the post-war decades during the 1950s and 1960s, where also Kubernetics, rational choice, and other methods reflected that optimism of planning and steering also of the free societies, but where man reduced simply to the homo economicus. Kolm's research work was accompanied by the studies of Hans Staudinger, which were carried out complementary to the foundation of the Tennessee Valley Authority, that big state enterprise which tried to stop soil erosion in the agricultural Midwest of America, of the United States. As former state secretary with the Prussian Ministry of Trade, Prussian was the biggest and largest state in the German Reich federalism. He did create the integration of all Prussian public utilities with great success. Therefore, Staudinger had been called to the New School to inform the American public about the macroeconomic function of such public enterprises. How fluid the professional borderlines of this group of immigrants were is also shown by the works of Emil Lederer, who not only was received as an economist of industrial dynamics, but also as a true sociologist. The State Department of Social Welfare, for example, one of the new authorities of the New Deal, had drawn to his earlier studies. Can you read that? No. When due to a lack of American research, it published translation of major European, above all German, analysis on the development and structure of modern labor markets in order to provide the theoretical basis for its own actions. Oh, it's rather weak. It's one of the brochures from this type of reprints from German and translations from German research work in former years, and which become important for the conceptualization of the New Deal. Together with his former student Hans Speyer, Lederer also prepared the ground for modern totalitarian theory. This originally empirical approach by German-speaking Emigrés scholars was discussed on numerous conferences of the New School and finally found expression in Lederer's great study, State of the Masses, published posthumously in 1940 after a sudden and untimely death. The subtitle, The Threat of the Classless Society, gets to the core of this approach and simultaneously reveals the learning process undergone by this German who used to have strong socialist preferences and who now had to adapt to a completely new living environment in the United States. Numerous other names could be mentioned that gave the graduate faculty its profile after 1933. After only a few years, it had become a major outpost of the New Deal braintrust. After the United States' entry into the war in 1941, you can hear it, its many German experts became important contact persons for the Washington administration with regard to both the war effort and later peace research. But the New School not only was an extraordinary center for German refugee scholars, from 1940 onwards, it also became a place of refuge for critical social scientists, as I mentioned, already expelled from other European countries. By 1945, it housed more than 117 immigrants from Germany, and starting after 1938 from other European countries. Among these scholars were more than 25 Frenchmen, who in turn also founded a separate university in exile, the École Libre des Hautes Études, which became the intellectual outpost of the movement France Libre, initiated by General Charles de Gaulle, and which included, for example, such prominent scholars of post-war France as the ethnologist Claude Lévi-Strauss or the philosopher Alexandre Corre. Of the German refugees, on the other hand, nobody returned to their home country after the end of the National Socialist regime. Ladies and gentlemen, I will conclude my remarks to illuminate another side of that special group of refugees at the New School. That was their eagerness of self-reflection and of their social status as intellectuals. In this context, the focus was on their newly found identity and on the topic of foreignness and acculturation. It asked topics that anticipated what was to become the focus of today's concept of hybridity. It is conceived as a counter-model to homogeneous or national patterns of interpretation, the place of which is taken by the assumption of antagonistic conflicts and differences in social dynamics. In a constant process of unfinished negotiation, social and intellectual contrast between classes, ethnicities, genders, and other social groups are meant to be overcome. The hybridity theorem does not aim at mixing or leveling heterogeneous qualifications of those participating in this process, but rather at highlighting them. It is remarkable that the Emigrés intellectuals at the New School continued, in this context, a debate on self-conception that had begun during the years following the First World War. This debate now was intensified and further charged by the existential break caused by the scholars' exile in the new living environment of the United States. This groundbreaking process of self-understanding was to have a strong impact on the debate led in the United States as an immigration country, a debate that was crucial to the new discipline of sociology, which was on the way of its professionalization at that time. This is illustrated by a symposium organized at the University in Exile in 1937. Sorry. 4 years after its foundation, which checked carefully the experiences of the refugees in the new world of America, using keywords such as intellectual freedom and responsibility or the interrelation of cultures. As documented by these titles for the conference, the focus was not only on the self-positioning of the expatriates, but also on the understanding of the role of the intellectuals as such. In this context, the contours of an analytical model became visible, which can be traced with remarkable congruence in today's debates. The discussants agreed that their categorization as refugee intellectuals, as well as their affiliation with the university in exile, represented tautologies or even contradictions because universities, same as intellectuals, could not be exiled. Rather, they embodied per se the universality of culture. They were convinced that mind in its very nature is migratory, and the cross-fertilization of cultures was the principle of the process and the basic identity of these intellectuals. With the deduction of these assumptions from the biblical expulsion from paradise after having tasted the fruit of the tree of knowledge, human alienation as well as a quest for truth and identity were, so to speak, declared anthropological constants. Without self-alienation, be it material, spatial, or intellectual, there would be no self-knowledge, no progress, and thus no culture. For the young Hans Speyer, I already mentioned, such elementary learning process reveals the reality of the exile as a new fountain of youth. Not only did the refugees gain new experiences, in many areas they had to start all over again, so that every immigrant, in a sense, passes through a second period of youth with all its misconceptions, but also with all its stimulating aspirations. The result is a world citizen whose identity and stability follows from the ubiquitous character of the relationship which dominates his life. Their vocabulary of self-assurance became an important part of the American debate on integration mediated by the American participants at the conference, which was no longer defined by the original simple American concept of the melting pot of the early years. They were not only familiar with the German sociological debate, they had also been more or less determined by it, because most of them had studies in Germany and had written their doctoral thesis there as well. The participating sociologist, Louis Wirth, of German descent, for example, had come under the strong influence of Georg Simmel, one of the co-founders of the German sociology and the super father of its left wing. This close link is even more evident in the case of Wirth's Chicago friend and mentor Robert Ezra Park, who had actually studied with Simmel in Berlin and who had written his dissertation at Heidelberg in 1903 on the topic of crowd and public. So, the critical self-reflection begun for personal reasons by the immigrants at the New School for Social Research was soon given a broader epistemological charge by being related to the relevant early German sociology and by being extended by American colleagues, giving contours to the young, still hardly established American research. Wirth's concept of the intellectual immigrant as curtain raiser who reveals the hidden links between cultures was also a direct reference to Simmel's crucial thought patterns. These patterns Wirth had first used in his sociological study, The Ghetto, published in 1928, which from a genealogical point of view draws on Simmel's figure of the stranger. In Wirth's book, this is a Jew who considered as a prototype of the social hybrid. Jews had been the pioneers of social linkage and thus were the first representatives of cosmopolitanism. And this role was now taken by by the intellectuals. This goes to the discussion this morning of the nomination of refugees as political exiles or Jewish exiles. These people define them as political intellectuals, but not any longer as Jews. Distance and detachment were part of the signature of these intellectuals because these features turned them, just like the immigrant, into a typical marginal man who was able to get his bearings wherever he was, but who never really belonged. The term marginal man is labeled of Robert Park. The adoption of this perspective was continued in another way by Alfred Schütz, who did come to the New School in 1938 after the Nazi occupation of Austria. He does not see the marginal man of Wirtz and Parks as a cosmopolitan who mediates culture, but rather depicts him from the one-sided perspective of the receiving group as a countertype. And Schütz works the stranger as a marginal man or cultural hybrid, is a cultural bastard who does not acculturate and who remains outside, at least as long as he does not integrate the patterns of his surrounding group. It is not hard to see that the analysis undertaken by the social scientists expelled from Germany and by the American colleagues on the role of the migrant and the intellectual anticipated, both from the terminological and from the theoretical point of view, what is being presented by hybrid theory today. Here also, the intellectual is considered the hybrid who acts in between cultural differences as a type of the modern era. He is motivated by otherness or difference to engage, in short, by the sovereign look at differences and contradictions. Last word. Also, these analytical approaches are important to the understanding of the modern era and the globalization with its types of patchwork existence. One still has to ask whether they can actually contribute to other processes of migration or even to the solution of today's mass migration caused by poverty and the search for employment. This is not part of the topic discussed here, but it points out to the originality and the scope of the former debate initiated at the New School, which focused on the intellectual self-conception in a new world of experience. With the scientific messages they had transferred from Germany, they did contribute, just like other immigrants in other areas of culture, to the United States' rise to an intellectual superpower during the 1930s and 40s. Thank you.
Clara Lida is a professor here at the Colegio de México. She is an Argentine historian who works on social movements, anarchism, and socialism in the 19th century, and on Spanish immigration and exile in the 20th century. She has been a visiting professor in many universities, including UCLA, the University of Santander in Spain, the UNAM, and also she has extensively lectured in the United States, Japan, and many other places. She's a member of the Mexican Academy of Science. She has received basically grants from the most prestigious institutions that exist, including the Rockefeller Foundation, the Social Science Research Council, the DAAD, UNESCO, and many others. And finally, she's the author of more than 20 books and over 150 articles in scholarly journals and edited books. I just recently became the owner of one of these 50 books, which I would like to show. And please join me in introducing Professor Lida.
Thank you, Federico. I'll try to beat the noise from the other room, but I'm not sure I will manage, so please let me know if you cannot hear me. First and foremost, I would like to thank our colleague, Professor Ludger Priess, for inviting me to be part of this wonderful conference. In fact, the topic is very dear to me because I myself come from an exile family who came to Mexico in 1947, but not from Europe, from Argentina. So they came to the Colegio de Mexico, and thereafter this has become a second home. Today, I will talk about something which is essentially the origins of El Colegio. I won't speak so much about El Colegio, but about its immediate predecessor, La Casa de España in Mexico, the Spanish house in Mexico. I will call it from now on La Casa for short. La Casa, which between 1938 and 1940 became a unique state-sponsored institution to receive and place dozens of intellectual exiles in their host country, lasted until October 1940, close to the end of the presidential period of President Lázaro Cárdenas. The move was well thought by the founders of La Casa, being afraid that with the change of government, a place called a Spanish house would not look too good in face of Mexican nationalism. So the change was thought of as a strategic in a strategic way, so that after October 1940, El Colegio de Mexico was founded and La Casa disappeared. However, it must be said that it was during those 2 years that most of the aid to Spanish emigres was given by the institution with the support and the direct support of the Mexican government. Thereafter, El Colegio became a very small center for the humanities. In reality, it was only a handful of historians and philologists who worked here for many years. There was a brief experience, of which a couple of my colleagues here, Arturo Alvarado and Roberto Blancarte, will probably talk about, a brief experience with trying to set up a center for sociological studies, and also a very brief experience for trying to set up a center for philosophical studies. But that didn't work out in the long term, and only history and philology were the major areas of research done here. Until 1960, El Colegio remained very modest in its scope, very different from the institution that you see today. Now it is mostly, though not exclusively, oriented to the social sciences. Thus, comparisons aren't easy. Comparing La Casa and the early Colegio with the university in exile, later to become the graduate faculty of the New School for Social Research, as Professor Krohn has been able to show, is comparing to a certain degree oranges and apples. The graduate faculty was a private degree granting institution. It was a university in the purest American sense of the term, while El Colegio was really something very different, and La Casa definitely as well. So I will try to explain the history of this institution and its relationship with the Spanish emigres from the Spanish Civil War. In the late 1930s, Mexico took the lead in developing open-door policies for the Spanish Republicans who were persecuted during the Civil War and after the overthrow of the Second Republic. Mexico created or encouraged the creation of institutions, jobs, and other mechanisms to promote adequate labor conditions for these exiles. This state support, provided under the leadership of President Lázaro Cárdenas and his closest associates and supporters, clearly played a decisive role in this process. Cárdenas was an active political figure and a paramount example of a socially minded leader. I wouldn't call him a socialist at all. There was no socialist ideology, really, but there was what was known in the 1930s as revolutionary nationalism in order to develop a country which had been seriously impaired, materially and otherwise, by the Revolutionary War launched from 1910 onward and by the continual factional strife of the 1920s and 30s. Beyond significant material and economic goals, Cárdenas also sought to create a sound state, health, cultural, and educational system by founding and often financing various institutes of research and learning. From mid-1936 on, following the insurrection against the legitimately constituted Spanish Republic, Mexico offered wide-ranging material, diplomatic, and humanitarian support. Just briefly, let me say that Mexico, since 1931, belonged to the League of Nations, sponsored precisely by the Spanish Republic to join the League. So, following the covenant of the League of Nations, Mexico condemned once and again all external aggression against a member state. Spain had been a founding member of the League of Nations in 1920. It also helped materially with aid that ranged from food, medicine, clothes, to arms, munitions, and other military supplies. Some of you may remember that George Orwell, in homage to Catalonia, acknowledged the significant impact that Mexican rifles and munitions had in defending the Western Front. Where the Mexican government, however, was to excel was precisely in the implementation of an exceptional policy of humanitarian and institutional assistance for refugees who were victims of the Spanish War. By the end of the conflict in the winter of 1939, almost 500,000 Spaniards had left Spain, mostly for neighboring France, but not exclusively. Actually, the diaspora went even to Southeast Asia, Northern Africa, and other continents as well. This diaspora included women, children, and men. Mostly the adults had worked in the country's secondary and tertiary sectors of the economy, and they were considered highly qualified laborers. Although in Mexico, the immigration laws were quite restrictive, as we said this morning, President Cárdenas avoided the issue by instructing the Home Office and Foreign Service to grant political asylum in Mexico to as many refugees as possible. Thus, by the 1950s, the exiled Spaniards totaled between 20 to 25,000 men, women, and children. Furthermore, help was provided for them to continue their productive activities in the host country. At the beginning of the conflict, Mexico offered assistance to asylum seekers on an individual and ad hoc basis, but from 1937 on, the war intensified and a more organized system was set up to help resettle displaced Spaniards. At the beginning, particularly displaced intellectuals. The idea was to evacuate those who lacked the physical ability to contribute much in combating the insurgents and who were prevented from remaining in Spain due to the threat of their lives, A key figure in this context was Daniel Cosío Villegas, an economist and historian familiar with Spain's cultural and academic life. In the fall of 1936, Cosío had been appointed chargé d'affaires at the Mexican embassy in Portugal, a position which gave him a privileged yet increasingly pessimistic view of events unfolding in Spain. The following year, Cosío left Portugal and moved to Valencia, the provisional seat of the Republican government. From there, he began to correspond with friends close to President Cárdenas with a proposal to invite to Mexico Spanish artists and academics facing danger. Cosío himself put forward some names after checking them with his friends from Mexico and with high-ranking officials of the Republic. Given the increasingly difficult situation in Spain, in July 1938, a year later, President Lázaro Cárdenas signed the official decree to establish La Casa de España and set it up to welcome a group of Spanish intellectuals from various fields as guests of the Mexican government so that they could continue their work that had been interrupted by the Civil War. Cárdenas specifically appointed, with the advice of some of his intellectual close advisors, Cárdenas personally appointed the first 12 members. And furthermore, he arranged for a federal government subsidy to grant them a modest but decent annual salary and to cover the travel expenses for them and their families to come to Mexico. The president also set up a board of trustees to overlook the work of La Casa and to make sure it remained in close contact with government agencies and with Mexico's academic and intellectual and cultural institutions. Apart from Cosío Villegas, the board included the Undersecretary of the Treasury, representing the federal government, the rector of the National University, and the director of the recently founded National Polytechnic Institute. La Casa began its activities in the second half of 1938. The first 12 members were eminent intellectuals and included philosophers, jurists, historians, poets, art historians, literary scholars, classicists, musicologists, but also oncologists, neuropsychiatrists, and histologists, and one sociologist. His name was Medina Echavarria, And again, I repeat, Professor Alvarado will speak about this tomorrow. In early 1939, La Casa was reformed, taking advantage of the fact that Alfonso Reyes, a distinguished humanist, diplomat, and writer, had returned to Mexico. Reyes had been on a very sensitive official mission in Brazil, arranging for the sale of Mexican oil in order to break the international blockade for the sale of Mexican, that had been placed on Mexican oil exports following Cárdenas' expropriation decree of March 1938. On his return from South America, Cárdenas appointed Reyes as president of La Casa, with Cosío Villegas as secretary and the board acting as a supervisory board. We should briefly recall that between 1914 and 1924, for 10 years, Alfonso Reyes lived as a Mexican in exile in Spain, working as a young philologist alongside leading Spanish academics. He formed there strong bonds of friendship with many prominent intellectuals. He was, in the following decade, he was also appointed ambassador to Brazil and later on to Argentina. Thus, he was deeply knowledgeable about the Hispanic world, and along with Daniel Cosío Villegas, with the support of the Board of Trustees, they worked together to define La Casa's cultural direction. The trustees played a dual role. On the one hand, they needed to select the most distinguished exile scientists, artists, and intellectuals to become new members of La Casa, thus creating a nucleus for the dissemination of high culture in Mexico from the outset. On the other hand, they casted their nets broadly to help émigrés who were not eligible to be members of La Casa by placing them in other educational, cultural, artistic, research, scientific, and technical institutions. La Casa became an effective matchmaker, thanks to its far-reaching professional, personal, and political connections. The original aim was to provide transitional support until its members could return to Spain. However, after the Republic's fall in April 1939, with the Mexican government consent and continuous financial support, La Casa redoubled its efforts to bring over new members and urged other Mexican institutions to provide additional assistance. During its brief existence, prior to being transformed into El Colegio de México in 1940, the institution received around 30 of Spain's foremost talents, but it also helped many more from a variety of fields: philosophers, chemists, biologists, entomologists, medical researchers, astronomers, physicists, etc., to join various universities as well as academic and scientific institutions throughout Mexico. Over 2 years, La Casa went well beyond its call of duty and worked as a kind of placement center by also aiding those émigrés who did not have specific research backgrounds, but were professionals in their own fields, such as journalists, lawyers, architects, doctors, artists, teachers, etc., to secure jobs in different areas of activity in Mexico. Altogether, some 100 persons and their families received financial assistance in order to enable them to work in their respective professions here and there. Before going any further, it must be said that despite its name, La Casa, didn't have a casa, didn't have a home. Actually, it didn't own any facilities. It rented 2 small offices for the administrative staff, but all research and cultural activities were housed by other established academic institutions. For example, the scientists were active in research laboratories at the National University, the Polytechnic Institute, public hospitals, and medical institutes. Musicians and musicologists worked at the National Conservatory. Artists did so in different museums or at the Institute for Fine Arts. Historians and archaeologists and anthropologists began teaching and doing research at the National Institute for Anthropology and History, recently founded, and so on and so forth. Yet, all of them, and I repeat, all of them, received their salary from La Casa so that they could continue to work alongside their Mexican colleagues in their respective fields. Above all else, La Casa stood out for the quality and diversity of its intellectual activities. Without fear of exaggeration, we can confidently state that in its 2 short years of existence, its members gave almost 200 public courses and lectures on topics ranging all the way from Spanish Golden Age poetry and art to medical entomology, from principles of sociology and the crisis of the modern state to the role of hormones in physiology. Apart from this whirlwind of activities, La Casa was also a prolific and high-quality publisher, producing a total of some 40 book titles. We should recall that before coming to Mexico, most of the members attached to La Casa had been leading figures in their respective fields in Spain. Many had been university professors, directors of astronomical observatories, botanical gardens, research and teaching hospitals and laboratories, museums, etc. It is also worth remembering that since First World War I, yes, it was first. The First World War, Spain had promoted the development of various areas of knowledge and through grants and subsidies gave strong stimulus to Spanish researchers to take part in international conference and obtain access to universities abroad to train in further postdoctoral studies, as well as to find laboratories and other institutions for scientific research. Thus, many of those who came to Mexico had studied or worked in top-level institutions in Germany, France, England, Italy, the United States, and so forth. In the case of the Emigrés scientists in Mexico, we know that many contributed to increase the range of interests, specializations, and methods of analysis in the host country. And reciprocally, they were introduced to and became involved in scientific research being undertaken by their Mexican colleagues. This was truly a mutually fruitful exchange. But as we shall see further on, for many in history, law, archaeology, anthropology, the social and the natural sciences, Mexico was very alien to them, and in turn, their research on Spanish topics was of little interest to Mexican scholars. Those few who worked on contemporary philosophy, like José Gaos, and on social theories, like José Medina Echavarría, elicited more interest among scholars since these fields were rather novel to them. Gaos remained in Mexico all his life and became a widely acclaimed professor of philosophy. But Medina had a different experience, and after very few years, he soon left for Puerto Rico right after World War II, rather disappointed at his lack of immediate success creating the School of Sociology at el Colegio de México, a field which did not really develop until the late 1960s and mostly in the 70s. It was essentially thanks to Mexicans and who were formed in sociology abroad, more often than not in France, some in the United States, and also, as probably will be shown tomorrow afternoon, with the influence and impact of South American immigrants who came to El Colegio due to the wide spread of dictatorships in South America. In short, thanks to the unstinting support of the Cárdenas government and various Mexicans, the Spaniards who had been forced into exile by an implacable dictatorship were given the opportunity to remake their lives and continue their work and professional progress, backed up by jobs and financial safety. In the early years, on the other hand, the notion of traveling theories has to be studied almost case by case for Mexico, in segmented compartments, depending on each discipline. Scientists, applied scientists, and researchers in different fields of the natural sciences and the medical sciences were very successful in establishing contacts and influencing and being influenced by Mexican research. The question is what happened in the other areas of learning that were not so clearly determined. I will come back to this question in a few minutes, but I would like to mention a different but parallel issue that is related to exiles in Mexico. The country received over 200 primary and secondary level school teachers who once in this country taught at schools especially created for children of exiles. They were not, they had not the capacity to teach in Mexican institutions because the curricula were very different. So they did teach, but it was in those specially set up schools for the children of exiles to continue a similar education to the one they had been forced to abandon in Spain. I will come back to them briefly. Suffice to say that if we add scholars and other qualified professionals and school teachers, some 500 emigres with a college or a university degree joined their Mexican colleagues in research, teaching, and other professional and artistic activities. Obviously, we are speaking of a handful of exiles, which in 1940 represented a meager 5% of the total exile population. The remaining 95% of the Spaniards exiled here became involved in very different economic activities, and their insertion and development in Mexico took many directions not to be explored in this paper. Mexico's ample support to the emigre scholars presented, however, a number of contradictions and contrasts. On the one hand, as shown earlier, Mexico's solidarity was exceptional. There's no question about that. No other Latin American country did as much. No other country did as much except for France, which was a neighboring country and received an incredible amount of exiles because it was the natural exit from Franco's Spain. But even the Soviet Union, which had supported the Spanish Republic and had certainly been instrumental in aiding the fighting with weapons of all sorts, only received 5,000 immigrants, 5,000 exiles all in all. Mostly children, almost 3,000 children during the war, and some 2,000 adults who formed the cadres of the Spanish Communist Party. So, despite this exceptionality of the reception, there was a less visible aspect, another side of the coin. As I just pointed out, for many of the new arrivals, particularly the more senior ones, Mexico was a totally unfamiliar setting. They didn't know the country, and they didn't know practically anything about the country. Inserting themselves in the host country often meant diverting from their previously established career paths and refocusing their interests and research on issues related to and prioritized by Mexico. This was not a question of how traveling theories worked out, but how one has to be very cautious in applying them to Mexico. Many of the Spanish émigrés had to face a serious and arduous effort of adaptation to new academic fields, depending on the country's national concerns and interests. As stated earlier, this meant a painful professional amputation and a loss of the original vocational interests. Some of them, after spending years researching and accruing specialized knowledge of Spain and other European problems, had to start all over in unfamiliar fields and topics. Ultimately, we must recognize that the cost of exile cannot be quantified. For many émigrés, their uprooting signified the painful loss of many years of scientific commitment in areas of knowledge that could not be recovered. A corollary to this was that for Spain, the cost of this human drainage amounted to decades of intellectual, scientific, and academic impoverishment, and it took several generations to fill in the vacuum left by its exiles. Theories did not travel back and forth between Mexico and Spain. In fact, until the late 60s, they didn't travel at all. I'd like to address some final considerations, particularly in relationship to what I mentioned earlier, the schools for exiled children. These schools, some of them have survived till the day, were institutions created as of 1939, 1940, mostly with the support with funds from the Spanish Republican government in exile. The idea was that Spanish children and adolescents could begin or resume their education that had been put on hold by the Civil War. It was a shared belief that after the Second World War, once the dictatorship was toppled, these pupils and their parents would be able to return to their home country. But let us remember that ultimately their banishment lasted almost 40 years, or as long as Franco's life, that is to say, until 1977. For many years, the Spanish exiles, adults and children, lived in a social milieu that was somewhat endogamous and, to coin a word, exile-centered. This meant merging very slowly into Mexican everyday life and adapting haphazardly and with difficulty. In fact, for years, they stayed on the sidelines of their host country's cultural identity, intent on preserving the group's cohesion and a collective exiled identity, a flame many of the surviving exiles and even their children today have kept alight. In conclusion, it may be worth reflecting comparatively on other experiences of exile. Surely the process was very different for the tens of thousands of Spaniards who remained, for example, in France, where integration, not to mention assimilation, was essential for the refugees in every respect, from language to employment, from education to politics, and the few who entered an academic career had to do so by adapting themselves to French stringent requisites and integrating themselves into the culture of their new country. Surely the same could be said about the Central European Emigrés scholars in the United States, many of whom, being Jewish, opted to remain there as immigrants, hardly ever returning home, fearful of the devastating anti-Semitic experiences of the pre-war and war years. In short, the contrast of other exile experiences with that of the intellectual emigres in Mexico is rather self-evident, and in this context, the notion of traveling theories and of the transnational experience of the Spanish emigre scholars are still open to debate. Thank you very much.
We have time for questions.
Okay, thank you very much for these three very interesting papers. I try to make some comments and to invite some comparisons. First, concerning the paper of Mr. Fleck, I have two comments or questions with the slides. I found it very, very interesting that you tried not only to describe qualitatively, but also to count and quantitatively measure the profiles of the exiled persons and their dynamics of integration or assimilation or whatsoever. But when you showed the cohorts of age of those finishing PhD and habilitation, I wonder if there are, or which different reasons or explanations we could give for these different cohorts, because well, you mentioned that perhaps it's a question of brightness of, if I understood it right, of some specific groups, but this for me falls short. I think we should think of the context and more explanations how to, well, because in some cases we had similarities between, for instance, Jews and in exile and in different situations returned, etc. And in other cases we had quite significant differences. The second question, the slide concerning all the different aspects or variables influencing on the profile and dynamics of refugees, I found it very, very interesting and inviting to deeper studies and research, but John Goldthorpe would say too many variables for small n. So how could we actually work with such a matrix if the number of cases and our knowledge on these is quite poor? Or do you have any experience or an example of how to deal with this complexity of factors that probably could have influence? A third question refers to all three paper givers. It refers to the concept of, let's say, transnational migrants or whatsoever. Because transnational migrants does not mean that there's no nation state, that these people are uprooted of all national or social, cultural contexts, but it means that people could combine different social, cultural contexts in their concepts and projects of life. And I think, for me at least, Fritz Stern is an example of this. It's difficult to discuss it here because nobody knows exactly his biography. But we have other cases, and the question for all of you would be if you think that there are cases of exiled people who themselves locate or feel or assign in between or combining the cultural heritage of different countries and experiences. And this is for me, for instance, the example of the both very important persons, Alfonso Reyes and Alvin Johnson. Both lived for almost 10 years in Europe or traveled a lot for Spain, etc., and for other countries. So they were much more than just a Mexican in Spain. You mentioned Brazil, the Brazilian experiences, etc. So my question, I would like to insist in the question if some of these people you know better than me assimilate to the kind of, let's say, transnational personalities, thinking, life strategies. And perhaps an ultimate question. It's interesting that, Clara, you mentioned that only half of or that the Spaniards coming to Mexico, only half integrated into the Mexican society. You are quite skeptical concerning let's say, the assimilation. But it's interesting because in the case of Spain and Mexico, we have the same language. We have 300-400 years of colonial history, shared colonial history, etc., etc. And in the case of Germans and Austrians in the United States, we have some common history, but we have different languages, we have different cultures, etc. So why do you think that most of the Spaniards coming to Mexico did not fully integrate, assimilate in the Mexican society, whereas your conclusion was that most of the first generation exiled from Germany and Austria more or less successfully integrated?
Thank you. I have three questions to each one of the panelists. The first one is to Dr. Frick. I really like the idea of having a comparison, not only between what is called the category of exiles or refugees, but among the professional groups, no? But then, as Ludger was saying, I said, what is the consequence of this? What is the heterogeneity of these groups? It looks by the basic parametrics that, the exiles, the Jewish exiles, were having early degrees and early habilitation, et cetera, et cetera. But what does this really mean by career and by the issues where, all of them were, at the end, most of them were exiles, refugees, or they were captured and then they die in camps. But what is the inner explication of this thing within the major development of the academia in Germany and Austria? No? That's the first question. The second one is more a little bit of a punctual issue about what Clara was saying. So, At the beginning, we know that the Mexican government endowed Casa de España as well as El Colegio for a very little while with federal funding. But then there was a problem with the funding. By 1943, 1944, there was the government of Avila Camacho. The funding was fading, and then actually there were places where they were teaching, they were renting places, etc. But I think by 1945, 1946, they were just about finishing most of the federal support. So where did they get extra support? Did they went to foundations? That happens at the late 50s and late 60s. We know that for foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, Hewlett, etc., really started to be keen and very interested in developing social sciences in the region, and then they started giving strong seed money for that. But what happens in between the 1944-1950 period, because actually one of the problems I'm trying to learn and to find is what happened to the programs that were well endowed at the beginning, and then finally they didn't even have money for the teachers. Huh? By 1947, 48, they have a problem in the Colegio. No? And finally, to Professor Cron, I like also to, it's also a little bit of a question for all of you, which is we are only studying the forced exile part and the impact they have within the institution, but we are not comparing what happened to the people that was in the institution and were not exiles. And I think that's another very important issue. So how does they work together? What is the labor and professional trajectories they have inside each institution in order to understand what is the development of their own careers and the institutional careers that everybody developed within each either department, center, university, etc.
I think we have perhaps we can stop now and answer, and perhaps then we do another round. So who would like to start?
I can answer a couple of the questions that were addressed somehow to the Spaniards in Mexico. First to Ludger. Yes, Mexico had been conquered and colonized by Spaniards, and 3 centuries of Spanish colonization certainly left an imprint. But one has to remember the difference between migrants and exiles. The first choose to leave for reasons of various nature, because of economic reasons, because they want to have other opportunities, or they want to know the world and have the possibility of expanding horizons and expanding economically. I think the refugees were not really people destined to leave Spain had it not been for the Civil War. They had excellent jobs in Spain. They were already very well-recognized scholars in their own country. They had already had the prestige of a history of scholarly and academic development that had been taking place from the first post-war on and which had been also sponsored very greatly by the Republic. In fact, they left because they had to leave to prevent their own, to save their lives and their families' lives. There is no way they could integrate fully into a country which had already a large Spanish immigrant population. 2 different kinds of Spaniards who found themselves in Mexico: those who defended Franco, the old colony, and those who were Republicans. And there was very little intercrossing. There was very little, there were very few points of contact between ones and the other. They found, the Spaniards who arrived in Mexico found that Mexicans were more willing to support them than their own compatriots who had been already in Mexico for many years. Also, the previous immigrants were not particularly did not dwell particularly in intellectual or scholarly matters. They were mostly in business and in other professional activities. So they didn't have a sense of integration to the original Spanish community, and though they spoke the same language with the difference of idioms that we all notice when we come to Mexico, that we are Spanish speakers, we certainly don't know many of the linguistic terms, but linguistically it wasn't a problem. The problem was that they really thought and expected the dictatorship to be dismissed by the end of the Second World War. By then, when it didn't happen, there was always the expectation that it would happen the following decade. And by the 1950s, with the treaty agreements between Franco's regime and the US military and the US government, with the setup of military bases in Spain, it was clear that returning was going to be impossible. Franco had been acknowledged as a defender of the West, as a defender against communism, etc. There was no way they could make it back. So they hadn't assimilated at the beginning, they hadn't integrated, and at the end they found themselves continuously being exiles. Exiles without their wanting to be exiles. Exiles always hoping, in many ways, to return to the home country. The host country did its best, but the best is not always possible to change that mentally, the situation. It's more complex than what I'm saying, but some of this is here. On the other hand, Arturo asked about the reduction of funding after Cárdenas, and particularly immediately after the Second World War. There was a moment when Mexican funds were indeed reduced. However, when El Colegio was set up, Reyes and Cosío had very good relations with the Rockefeller Foundation. The Rockefeller Foundation had sponsored in Spain, before the war, several institutions of learning and research. It had founded several laboratories that were first-rate in Europe, and they were willing to transfer funds that were originally spent in Spain to spending them in Mexico. So there was the money from the Rockefeller Foundation to subsidize salaries and other expenses. However, in 1946, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, there was a strong devaluation of the peso. And El Colegio didn't have the money to raise salaries accordingly. I think it was reduced by 50%. Almost what has happened here in the last 10 years. So, but that happened suddenly. And many of the refugees had to think twice about staying in Mexico. Some tried to migrate to the United States, some did migrate to the United States, becoming, in a way, transnational migrants. But most, and those who stayed, particularly in the academic world, they had to search several other positions. So some were at El Colegio, at the National University, at the University of the Americas, at the Polytechnic Institute here and there, at El Fondo de Cultura, working as translations and being paid as translators. It was a very dismal economic situation, which lasted practically in that low-level, stagnant condition until the beginning of the 60s. The change in the 60s has another story, and I will not get into that.
Yep. It's always difficult to present explanations for the behavior of groups, in particular if the group is heterogeneous in itself, and the field in which these people practiced their professions is heterogeneous too. But I guess there are several points which are relatively clear. Point one is, if you look at the universities in the interwar period in Germany and Austria, the standard explanation is anti-Semitism. And anti-Semitism is true, but only for the second step in the academic career. Which is, you do need not particularly tremendous research to explain it. There hasn't been any numerus clausus for enter the university study. So everyone which holds a Abitur or Matura was allowed to study. The tuition fees were relatively modest. So then to finish a study, in most studies you have to submit a dissertation. So you had to find at least one professor who was willing to accept your dissertation. Then you got a doctorate. And if there is a difference in the duration of study or the length of study between a group you call Jewish students and a group you call non-Jewish students, meaning the not the self-description, but the description by others, by the Nazis. So Jews, according to the Nuremberg laws, one would have to add. Then you have to look for a second factor which might explain the stronger commitment of Jewish students. And it's relatively easy to find additional factors. The Jewish students' background was middle class. Most of their fathers belonged to this free occupation of lawyers, doctors, and some university professors. So it was relatively clear they could not opt for becoming the owner of the factory of their fathers or the business of their fathers. They have to get their own degrees and their own occupations. And interestingly enough, if you then go to particular cases and you find, for Vienna, for example, the famous Bruno Bettelheim, who is an outlier in this picture, because he spent 14 years finishing his study. And he finished his doctorate immediately before he was caught by the Nazis and put into a concentration camp. And he was released after a little bit more than a year by bribing the SS. So he could go with a doctorate to the United States. And then he made his way up because of this doctorate. The doctorate didn't have any relationship to what he did in before. Why did he spend 14 years for studying art history? Because he was running the business of his father. So he prepared not to an academic career, and his private activities did not force him to finish a study. And you can find some other cases with similar patterns. So these members of this so-called Jewish group did have fewer options than the non-Jewish group. And the non-Jewish group could opt for different careers and could get a decent job in the civil service, even if they did not have a tremendous good final grading at the university. A very different situation is the second doctorate or habilitation, because to get the second doctorate means officially, ideologically, you will become part of the faculty and become allowed to teach and could raise your hand to be the successor of your professor. So there, the group, the insiders, more or less driven also by anti-Semitic attitudes, did not allow a lot of people even to apply for habilitation. And those who got it, and the data are only for those who got this second degree, have been delayed. And if you then go to particular cases, you see, so they tried to persuade the applicant not to submit habilitation, or they prolonged the procedure, and things like this. So it's relatively clear on the second level, there is definitely the anti-Semitism causing the difference. And if you then switch to the exile situation, one has to take into account that most of the Austrian exiled people went into exile from very meager jobs, if they did have jobs at all. Whereas the founding generation of the new school went into exile from relatively well-paid positions in before, which meant regularly it was a downward in the level of income. Famous case, Hans Kelsen. Yeah? He was an Austrian, professor in Austria, then later on in Cologne. The Nazis kicked him out. Then he lived for a while in Geneva on this international institute, and he took over another position at the German university in Prague and was kicked out again. But he went into exile with an extremely high level of income. 50% of his income came out from non-professorial activities for advice, teaching, or giving talks, publications, or things like this. So we know this because as a good Austrian civil servant, at least socialized in the behavior, he filled out the questionnaire of the London Academic Assistant Council, very detailed about his income. Yeah? He landed it in Harvard and asked then for an income out of this refugee money, which was much beyond what they were willing to pay. So he did have some troubles to get finally a job in Berkeley, and at this moment he accepted a very low level of income. But he remained in California after the war and lived for additional 7 years on a very low income, when then the German state, West German state, compensated him for all his losses, and the last 15 years of his life he lived relatively wealthy. So the explanation for the movement into exile and the success in exile is primarily for this lower level of expectations, taking over very meager jobs at the start, and being less narrow-minded than others. So if you compare some of these people with these famous Frankfurt School guys, they were really narrow-minded. They wanted to do what they ever did. They did not, as long as they did have some income. When they lost the income on Wall Street, by the way, the famous Professor Horkheimer ended up as a white-collar employee at the American Jewish Committee, full stop. And later on, they just had to look for someone who was willing to pay their salaries. Therefore, they returned to Germany. So that's, I could continue with a lot of stories. This typology, there is no way to do it in a quantitative way because we do not have the data. So I would have been able to provide data for 100 people or so. And with 100 people, you cannot do. But as a plea to have a broader view on the problem of being exiled and getting re-established abroad, the list of variables could be broaden some of the presentations we usually find in exile studies. Taking into account the environment of the receiving countries, in particular the United States, it's relatively clear you could be successful only if some of the locals were willing to support you. Either because they really think you were a good guy, or by telling them a story which is good for them. So this famous Bettelheim told in Chicago the story, Freud sent me over to you, yeah, which was just an invention, yeah? But some of the Chicago guys took it and offered him some jobs. And he then became the famous Bettelheim. Yeah? And again, yeah, you can continue with similar stories. Those who did not get anyone as a collaborator, mentor, supporter, did have a hard time. Some finally succeeded, but the failures are out of this group, I would say. I hope this second lecture is.
Professor Krom?
Yeah, some more short remarks to your question concerning the trans-rooted existence and concerning the language in comparison to the Spanish refugees. The language of the German refugees in the United States, not only, and also at the New School, was a big problem. Most intellectuals in the German school system were socialized at the humanistic gymnasium. They had learned Greek and Latin, but no living languages. And therefore, in 1933, when the events became could be anticipated, they began to learn in the end of 1932, began to learn English. And with these capacities, they came to the United States, and at the New School, there was formed a special language, the New Schoolese. New Schoolese was a mixture of German and English, and Alvin Johnson forced his students, his intellectual students, to give lectures not only at the New School, but also forced them to give lectures on other institutions, to get acquainted with the language, with the communication forms with other colleagues, and the problem were solved not before end of the 30s. But the other side of the same problem was that they had a message they presented their students, their engagement, their involvement in problems, that the lack of language capacities played only a minor role in the opinion of many students. They were fascinated from the message of that the German professors. That's one point. The other point is your question to the trans-rooted double existence. There's a very concrete example for differences of German exiles. The one type was the exile with the intention to go back to their home country when events changed. And in the German situation, these exiles consisted mostly of politicians and poets, literary people. They defined themselves as the other Germany, with a very affirmative anti-fascism. But in the long run, in the opinion of today, this was a very nationalistic approach. In contrast to that, the immigrants who intended to acculturate themselves in other countries, especially in our case in the United States, they had the theme totalitarianism, anti-fascism, but through the glasses of an American scholar. I think that is very important. As Germans, as former Germans, they are involved in the developments, but on the other side, they have distanced from this situation as new American scholars. And that was evident after 45, when many intellectual immigrants went back in with the occupation army, with the American army, to re-educate the Germans. And that was one of the reasons that the former German colleagues and Landsleute were had a very difficult stand in the German society. Is it clear? And to your question, connections with other institutions as from... Pardon? Yeah, there were, in the case of the New School, there were very important intentions from made by Alvin Johnson first to bring these people who had something to say into connection with the New Deal brain trust in Washington. With the Washington administration, I mentioned Gerhard Kolm. There were a lot of other people who got jobs in Washington. And on the other side, Alvin Johnson had great interest that his colleagues from Germany went for a time as visiting professors, etc., to other universities. He hoped they left. They got acquainted there, and they got a new job there. In other cases, they came back.
If I understand correctly, Professor Alvarado wants to know their relationship with other colleagues at the New School. This is the question as well?
Say it once more.
There weren't any other colleagues at the New School.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Between,
to correctly, you wanted to know also...
Between the Frenchmen and the Germans, there were no connections.
No.
Because the Frenchmen saw in their German colleagues one of the enemy state. Only a few cases brought connections, but that's non-contact. The French university in exile was also not under the same roof, but in another building. they had not to meet together.
So they will not cross the street.
No, no. As far as I know, this French part of the new school was more a cover to bring people to New York, and they did not really teach there. So the teaching affairs were very small, and they taught in French and not in English, whereas the Germans were forced to use English in class. So, yeah.
And they have state support from the French in exile.
They did have support from the exiled government, but not financially, as far as I know.
No.
They have economic support from the government.
Yeah, okay.
So there are, we have perhaps some little time for another round of very short questions. If there are no such questions, then we adjourn for today, and thank you very much to all for this.